So, ladies and gentlemen, can you hear me? Do I have sound? Do I have sound? I have sound. Very welcome to the ESS and MAX IV Summit, and I would like to say a special welcome to all of you who are following us via YouTube. We gather today to discuss the possibilities in a very unruly world. We have a war next to us, which is not only threatening peace, but also energy, security, and food supplies to the poorest in the world. Aggressive China, monopolizing minerals and supply chains. A very hungry world to feed, growing exponentially in developing Africa, spilling over also into Europe in migration as people are lacking chances at home. We have the climate changes transforming the globe, pushing us in new directions. We've just had a pandemic and still have many life-threatening diseases, exposing our biological vulnerability, and also the digital transformation, which is pushing the consumption of electricity in a time of energy crisis. So all these challenges are forcing us in the here and now to become our uttermost, our most creative, our most hardcore delivering selves to find new, visionary, practical, economically feasible solutions for energy, for materials, life sciences, foods, for digital development. We need to invent the future and we need to be fast. So, in this room, we have gathered the best and the brightest, all of you having a stake in this future in your roles as thought leaders, scientists, managers, doers, coordinators, strategists, and planners to make Swedish and European science stronger, to solve problems that threaten us at our core. And today we're going to operate on two levels. The first one is very practical. It's in the here and now. What should be done, when, by whom, and what? Challenges, complexities, and how we possibly might overcome them. And the other level is a visionary level. It's the 30 to 40 year level for Sweden and Europe. The collective promise of a better future, of solutions found in research to big challenges, which is uttermost the reason why society invests in science. So it's a very full day, and I hope the interesting row of speakers and panelists will make you want to engage, because I know that everyone who sits in here is also as knowledgeable as the speakers on stage. So engage with us, discuss with us. I have a microphone. I will be walking around. I will be pointing it, asking questions. Also during lunch, it'll be a highly interactive lunch. You'll all sit at your tables, and there is like a leader or a moderator at each table. Could you put up your hand, please? I want to see firm hands. I want to see people who know that they are moderators. You don't have a moderator. This is a leaderless table. You will have to self-appoint a leader. So, for those of you who are with us digitally, please feel free to engage and interact as well. If you go to Menti, www.menti.com, and you enter the code, which is 4417688, you can send us your questions and your comments, and they will go to, and let's get now a picture to Tutti. She will receive all those questions. She's promised me to be a hard but fair judge of what questions are valuable, and they will be written on the white screen. We will not be able to bring all of them up today, but the Office of ESS and MAX IV will use them in the work going forward. I'm Maria Borelius. I'm a science journalist. I'm very honored and privileged to be here this day. I should, for transparency, also say that I have been working for a couple of years as a consultant within the ESS, supporting with contacts with industries, so you know that. But now I would like to welcome the real hosts. First of all, Katarina Bjelke, the Director General of the Swedish Research Council. Welcome.
So, thank you very much, and I wish on behalf of Vetenskapsrådet then to warmly welcome you to this ESS MAX IV Summit. And I'm very happy both to welcome you in the room, but also I would also like to point myself in the direction of the people who are not here but are present online. So most welcome, all of you. VIR and Vinnova arrange this summit every year, and we do this through the help of the MAX IV ESS office, which we have together since a few years ago. That was, of course, a collaborative effort which was important to both VIR and Vinnova, but it was also an appointment actually from the government for us to do so. So, it's challenging times. Sweden have made large investments into these two research facilities, and it is, I think, our duty to do our best and to take care of all the opportunities that these facilities then give us, and that is also what we will discuss, and hopefully we will come a little bit further on how to take care of the facilities and use them in the best ways for the whole of society, both for academia, industry, organization, and humankind in different ways. So I hope today that we will have fruitful discussions together, and that we can enhance the discussion and further them from last year, of course. So I hope everyone will find good ways to develop and be innovative and creative about how to use the facilities. So warm welcome, everyone.
And then our second host, Darja Isaksson, who is the Director General of Vinnova. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. Also warm welcome to everyone here in the room. A warm welcome to everyone following digitally. Actually, I've been looking forward for this a lot, because this summit is a bit of a highlight in the year of research in Sweden, right? It's our opportunity to take stock of where we stand on our joint journey as a big science nation. It's our opportunity to reflect on, as we heard, some of the challenges that we share and that we can only address by working together. And what I look forward to the most is this is an opportunity to also see examples of all the work that's actually been going on and been done since last year. So we know that it's going to be a day full of inspiration, example, and insightful reflections on how to get further. So I'm not going to say much more than, first of all, a warm welcome. Secondly of all, a warm thank you, both for taking the time of being here, but more importantly, a warm thank you for all the work that you put in during this year. And let's move on with the program so that we can dig into the next year ahead of us. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you, Darja. Well, let's begin by discussing big science right now in Europe. What is happening as we speak? Science should be an area of peaceful collaboration. But the war in Ukraine, the Russian attack, the following harsh sanctions from the West is also changing the climate right now. One big science facility at the forefront of this very critical development is EXFEL. Where are you? There is my friend. Outside Hamburg, this 3.4 kilometer long facility generating intense X-ray flashes in its tunnels is a place where scientists from all over Europe and Russia have been studying atomic structures in detail of both living and non-organic matter. Russia is a big contributor. It is also a partner in the Council. What is happening right now? Robert Feidenhansel, we have the privilege of having you straight from Hamburg, the Managing Director at European EXFEL. Welcome. Please, take a chair.
Thank you very much.
I think you need to take a chair.
Yep.
And then we sit here. Robert, Russia is part of your council, part of your funding. How is the war changing the scene?
Well, first of all, maybe I should say European X-well was constructed in 2009 that we started construction, and Russia was on board right from the beginning. There were agreements made roughly at the same time as Nord Stream 2. So they are in with 20...
Sounds very ominous. Nord Stream 2.
Yes, yeah. It was in the mid-2000s. There was a completely different climate where it was thought that, of course, Germany has to work on a scientific basis with Russia. Therefore, Russia ended with 26% of our facility, and they're contributing with roughly 40 million euros a year for operational cost.
So this is what you're sitting with right now?
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So how is the war changing the scene for X-well?
Well, first of all, since the 24th of February, we made a strong statement from the managing directors condemning the war, and no Russian users have been using our facility since the beginning of March, yes, because they are not allowed to due to the sanctions of the EU. The Russian scientists from Russian institutes are not allowed to use our facility.
So you have the three levels. You have the actual usage of the facility, you have being part of your council, and you have the funding aspects. So Russia is not using it. Are they participating in the council meetings?
They participated in the last council meeting we had a couple of weeks ago. I should also mention they actually have paid the contribution for 22 even after the start of the war, and they are preparing to pay the contribution for 23, although they don't get any services.
Why?
I think we should be in the, let's say, the Western world. We always think about money, and money is important, and if you don't get anything for your money, you shouldn't pay. I think if you look for Russia, what is it that they actually get out of it? And that's they have contributed well to the building of the facility. There are a lot of Russian technologies in it, and magnets and diamonds, etc. And they're in it for the prestige. And that they want. They're willing to pay 40 million a year to be in a facility of high prestige.
That's interesting. Okay, I will ask you guys, do you think a European EU member would operate in the same way, just paying for the prestige, not using? Do we get any votes for that? So this is like a fundamentally different way of thinking about the facility. Yeah. Are they getting any prestige from being part of X-well?
I mean, X-well is a world-leading facility where it's the only equivalent is the LCLS in the States, and the Russians are very proud of being participating on a large scale in a facility that is better than what they can do in the US.
What do you think about this? I mean, it's tragic if we think about the Russian physicist tradition. I'm thinking of Sakharov and the many, it's a beautiful tradition, and they can no longer be part of that. I mean, in a way, it's a tragedy for science, isn't it?
They cannot be part of that as long as the war goes on.
Yeah.
But I think one has to think a little bit ahead and see what actually happens after the war. And there, I would say, from the western part of Europe, there must be some connection, some collaboration with Russia in the also after the war. During the war, it's a different case, but after the war, and we can discuss when does the war end. There could be many different issues on that, but there has to be some kind of collaboration afterwards.
So your situation brings us sort of into a wider thought figure around scientific collaboration. We have more and more aggressive authoritarian states. We've got Russia, China, Iran, coincidentally the only 3 countries that actually have spies in Sweden, still very leading scientifically. What do you predict in the future? Will the fragility around the authoritarian states grow when it comes to collaborating around science?
I think we in Europe, and maybe in particular here in around here, and when we talk about large-scale facility, have a particular obligation in Europe and maybe also in the world to strengthen the collaboration with the countries and parts of the world that share our values, in particular in Europe.
What values?
The values of the liberal values, human rights, etc. That this is where we really need to strengthen the collaboration within Europe.
Yeah. So this is like a new principle, because the old principle has been that scientific excellence is the only parameter by which we make these collaborations. You are introducing another principle, which is that there is like a liberal democracy, freedom, justice system principle also in the terms of scientific. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying, that we need to go beyond scientific excellence when we invite new partners for our big facilities, and that is including ESS and European XFEL and also MAX IV. We need to strengthen these collaborations, because if we don't do it, if we don't collaborate with certain countries, then I'm sure that countries like Russia and China would use the opportunity to go in and start scientific collaborations.
So the gains of, let's say, have this knowledge building together with trustworthy democracies, what will the gain be for all of us doing that?
Well, the gain will be that we can build up strong scientific communities in these countries that wants to collaborate with us on the sustainable future, to find scientific and technological solutions that will help us in the future. But we need to start these collaborations.
It's interesting because you are a Dane from Jylland, you told me.
Yeah.
Roskilde?
Yeah. Well, that's not Jylland.
Yeah, no, sorry. So you're from what town?
I'm from Roskilde, but that's on Sjælland. Yeah.
Yeah, Sjælland. True. I've been there. But it's interesting because your former Prime Minister, Anders Fogh Rasmussen, can't say it in Danish, Anders Fogh Rasmussen.
Yeah, Anders Fogh Rasmussen, yeah.
So who has also been the leader of NATO before Jens Stoltenberg. He has introduced a very interesting concept, which is he calls the alliance of democracies. And that is that not only within the EU, but in the larger framework of liberal democracies in the world, so including Canada, Australia, United States, New Zealand, Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, etc. We need to do more things together in the free world. So do you see your thought expanding also to that global level?
I think that's the way I think we should go. Yeah, I mean, and these are particularly all the countries that we actually collaborate with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, okay, I think this is a very radical Danish proposal. Swedes think that Danes are very radical. I think we need to pick some voices from the floor. Is this a possible, feasible way? Do we have some sound in this? You have, you told me before you had opinions about everything. I'll come back to you. Is this a feasible way forward?
I would like to give you another perspective. If you look on this policy of Swedish governments for the last decades, it has been just the opposite to what you are talking about now and proposing. Actually having collaboration with countries which actually are suffering from a lack of democracy, etc. And you have, for example, the Swedish Institute, which is basically operating on these principles. Now, I'm not saying what you are saying is wrong, but I'm just making it clear that that is just the opposite to what the governments have been then using as guidelines for decades and decades. So I would really like to hear about your motivation for why you think you are right and they're wrong.
I mean, the world changed by the 24th of February, right? Completely. I mean, in German, I think it's called the Zeitenwende. You know, many policies have turned 180 degrees. And I think that is one of them that we really need to think whether this only principle of scientific excellence is enough, or whether we should expand it and include other countries to help them to get to scientific excellence.
Helmut Schober, a fellow German. Do we have Zeitwende or not also in science? Helmut?
Well, I may be one of the older ones here. I just would like to say that we see it from the last decade, but when, for example, the ILL in Grenoble was created, it was basically first a political move. Germany and France wanted to reconciliate after the war, right? And that has determined for a long time also the policy in terms of access or other things to that facility. And so there was this was already a little bit there. At the time it was the Cold War, so we were in different parts of the world. And it was also, for example, you talked about prestige. At that time, the ILL was extremely proud that American scientists would use the ILL and come here because it was better than their own facilities. And they didn't count the money that they would bring in. They thought, wow, Europe is back on the scene. We are playing again Champions League. And I think this is what proud, self-confident nations have to do. If you are always counting, that just means that you are afraid that you might be on a downward slope, and that gives a wrong sign to everybody.
Excellent. I would like to get a comment from you, Pia Kinhult, about this alliance of democracies thought figure around science. Is it reasonable, workable?
I think it's reasonable. If it's workable, it's always hard to tell, because what is a sort of liberal democracy? Who defines who is what? But I think it's a forward road that we should try and actually apply, because otherwise it will be hard to defend also the liberal democracies. And I think with the tool of science, that is one of the best ways of defending our way of living, our way of thinking. But at the same time, as always in a liberal democracy concept, you also need to accept the other voices and the sort of the opposite look at this, view on this. So it's a difficult road, but I think it's maybe the only road.
We have more voices. Björn Nilsson, I think we need a microphone over here. Do you know what? Could you stand up, because everyone can see you better then?
My name is Björn Nilsson. I'm chairing the Research Infrastructure Council at the Swedish Research Council. I think this is the right route to go, but I think we must remember where the role of science, you've been into this. I have also been chairing the sports federation here in Sweden, the athletics, the track and field federation. Science, sport and culture are inclusive in order to spread the word of democracy and to include the world. It takes a lot for sport federations to say no, and I should say I was instrumental for the track and field to leave Russia out before this war. The Crimea was in the Olympics in Rio, and only the Paralympics and track and field actually excluded, because we want to include. In sports, we did it with South Africa during apartheid, but we see in Qatar, and I see major problems. Therefore, I think this route is the right. One challenge we have is that we step into trying to understand what is a democracy, not the United Nations nor Sweden annotate nations which are democracies. We have it maybe in our gut feeling, but I think this is a route we need to develop. We need to understand why we do it, and perhaps strengthen the democratic alliance, and at the same time define how to still be inclusive in order to bring people in. Also, business organizations can, through research report, say that trade is beneficial to develop a more democratic world. Having said that, this is a tough balance, and I think with the Ukraine war, with some other things, the Qatar soccer, football, we see that we need to develop our thinking, and I think you are on the right track in this discussion.
You're getting a lot of support in here. I heard actually no dissenting. Yeah, Lars might be a dissenting voice, a lone voice in the desert, or not. Please.
I think there are many good things have been said. I think there is another angle which touches upon what Helmut said. There is a cooperation for these very complex facilities, and that is also for practical reasons. We would like to be world leading or give a scientific impact, and therefore we have created these infrastructures in Europe in cooperative mode. And to do that is a very complex matter, actually. So you have to share values. You have to share the value that scientific excellence is important, open science is important, and other things around it. And otherwise you cannot really cooperate. So I think there is a very practical side of this as well. Then we can invite others to use the facilities, and those can be from all the countries in the world, in principle, also the ones which Björgvin mentioned. Thank you.
So there we get some practical advice. So maybe we should separate on the level of owning and operating the facilities and using them. So the owning and operating, like a more selected group of liberal democracies, but using, we might invite people from many different countries. Is that a workable model?
Correct, and then also in particular also building up the user communities, which is, it's not enough just to open the facility, because often some countries do not have the user community, so we need to actively engage in building up the user community. And that is what we, for instance, at European Expo is working on in our member state countries at the moment. There are some of the countries that are not, let me say, using these facilities so much, Poland, Hungary, Slovakia, and these we are working with. I have to say one thing here is Poland, there is a good connection to Sweden, Poland, right? There's a synchrotron facility, Solaris, which is sort of built up on the principles of MAX IV, and I think that's a very good example of a collaboration that has strengthened the scientific community in Poland.
Okay, Robert. Oh, Darja has a last comment. Can we get a microphone, please? Darja Isaksson.
Well,
would you mind standing up so everyone can see you?
Yeah, sure.
And
well, thank you. It's been a very interesting reflections shared, and I'm thinking a couple of things. First, you mentioned the leadership it takes. If you are self-confident, then you have the confidence and the opportunity to invite others. I think from a Swedish perspective also, we are a country well aware of how extremely important it is for us with open collaborations in all kinds of parts of society, because we are a small country, so this openness, and that requires the leadership in every aspect, also here. But there's another reflection to be made, and that's when we look into what it takes to manage, to address the societal challenges of our time. If we're listening to, for instance, the Global South, what they are actually asking for is the type of collaboration that help them build capacity too. Like more of a collaboration, less of a receiving end kind of relationship. And I think that goes also to many of the countries that you're seeing now. So actually, if we look into the research of what it actually takes to take responsibility in the societal challenges, it's kind of the same thing.
Yeah.
Like we need to get better at these types of collaborations. So I appreciate the comments very much. Thank you.
thank you.
If you think about the Global South, if you think about Africa, there's certainly lots of things to do, because there is a slightly growing community that could work much more intensively with. I see at ESF have South Africa as an associate partner, I think, but I think there's much more one could do also with respect to ESS and MAX IV.
Okay, very interesting report from the here and now, from the front line of science. Thank you very much, Robert. We give Robert a warm applause.
Thank you very much.
So we decided to be a bit pedagogical today. In the public debate, when we say big science, many in the public will think of CERN, the accelerator in Geneva, doing very basic research, looking back into the origins of the universe 15 billion years ago. But ESS and MAX IV are also big science facilities with a much more sort of here and now functionality. And we're going to look into MAX IV and ESS, look at where it's standing right now, what are the challenges, and what value can it bring to society. And I have a great panel. Katarina Bjelke, Director General, Swedish Research Council, the lady in pink who you met before, welcome up. Helmut Schober, who you also heard, Director General of ESS, welcome. We have Olof Karis Charlie, Acting Director of MAX IV. I welcome you, and I don't have it, so I stand, okay, cool. No, sure. No, it's cool. Welcome. Katarina, yes. Why does a small country like Sweden need big science facilities at all?
We need it because, well, we heard about the international collaboration, which is extremely important for Sweden in order to be able to be in the forefront of research, of course. But we need them in order to strengthen our research and innovation communities, in order to have the best facilities in order to do the best research. I think that's one aspect, of course. I also think that there are a lot of surrounding things that are not often mentioned, actually. If we look at the report from Vetenskapsrådet, where they looked at the things that increased prosperity in society during building these facilities, it has been enormous. A lot of jobs, a lot of possibilities for Swedish industry to have contracts to deliver things to these facilities. So it's a lot of different things that I think are really important. I think that one aspect is that infrastructures in general are extremely important. I mean, if you build a bridge, for example, which is also an infrastructure, then you connect point A with point B, and that makes it more or easier for some people to travel on that road. But if you build a research infrastructure, then you connect the whole world, and you get a global perspective of things that you can't do with other kind of infrastructure. So I think it's extremely important for Sweden.
And when you say that you build bridges to the whole world, what do you mean by that exactly?
There are possibilities. We have connections between both in industry but also in research to connect research communities, and the more we speak to each other, the more we collaborate, the better we can be and the better we can do for the world. So,
Helmut, is Sweden too small to have a facility like ESS?
No. No, and I think I to complement what Katarina just says, I would turn your question around. Europe needs Sweden to take on this important job, right? And I think that was something Sweden can be extremely proud for. And I said that's something where Europe must also be responsible and helping Sweden to make the ESS a big success. Because when we went for the site selection, as you may remember, there were several contenders, and part at that, and I come back, it was not only about scientific excellence. It was also at the moment where we grew to 25 European nations, and where we said we have to spread these infrastructures throughout Europe. And it must also be a means for countries to build up, we have heard it just before, industrial innovation capacity and competence. So I think it's absolutely great that the ESS is in Sweden. It's a big job for Sweden, that's absolutely clear. But we should not forget that this is a European endeavor, and Sweden is not alone in that. We already have Denmark as a second host state. And then we have all the 13 other members that are standing there helping with their financial contribution, with their intellectual brightness, their technology. And so for me, it's great that Sweden took on that job.
Do you know, Helmut, being a German, which country in Europe has the highest R&D spending per gross national product?
In Europe?
Yeah.
Well, it could be Switzerland. Also.
You're actually sitting in the country right now.
I'm sitting in the country, yeah. But I would.
Only 3 countries in the world have higher. Do you know which ones they are? Israel, South Korea, and a 4th, it's a little threatened country also in the east. Taiwan. Yeah. So Sweden is right up there in that league. So that is very interesting.
Absolutely.
Olof.
It is interesting because it has one of the highest gross national products per capita, so it pays off, right?
So it becomes a lot of money. Yeah, exactly. Most of it is industry, though. Darja will talk about that later. Yeah. Olof, or Charlie, as you wish to be called, did COVID teach us anything about the benefits of these large, big science facilities?
Yeah, absolutely. I think at MAX IV we made special access to provide support for COVID research. The access programs that also came through some of the funding agencies in Sweden enabled very rapid development of antiviral drugs, vaccines. I think we have never seen science making such a coordinated and swift effort to solve a problem that really was a big threat to our entire planet. And I think it was astonishing to see. And I think the facilities, they championed that effort, I think, in a good way. It was not only MAX IV. I think if you look globally, a lot of the facilities opened up for a special access program that enabled scientists to come together. And in that context, I think also we touched why do we need these facilities? They constitute hubs, all environments where people can come together and address a problem. I think that is extremely important. And I think these facilities, they are exactly these hubs.
Maybe if I can just add to that. Katarina said infrastructure. Infrastructure has to be built before it's needed, right? And so I think the COVID example was a great example because the synchrotrons were there. The genetic research had been done. And I think as humanity, the way we handled that, scientists, I'm so proud. I mean, the virus is discovered. You have the genome within a couple of weeks. You have the structure within a couple of months. You have the vaccines within a year. But if you start when the crisis hits you to think, now I would like to build a synchrotron, it's too late, right? So it's strategic thinking.
Yeah. So without the big science facilities, science would not have, and pharmaceutical world would not have been able to deliver so well the protein, the understanding of the viral protein and then the vaccine. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying. At least that's my perspective. Of course, it also learned us as a facility that we have to adapt to a changing world. So I think we have also learned as a facility to develop access modes that we didn't really think about before.
If I can add, I just want to say that the COVID also showed us the importance of the long-term importance of a basic research, which actually happened many years before. And as you said, now that we have these facilities, we had a long-term research field that supported then this the first phase, and then we had the facilities in place and which could use them. So it's shows the long-term perspective of science actually.
A few threads there. I'd just like to ask you about infrastructure, because it is a very boring word. It's a very boring word. Jan-Erik looks upset.
It's quite interesting.
It's a beautiful word, yeah. But if you want to sell science to the public when there are many demands on, healthcare, etc., so this infrastructure. So who can give the best speech promoting science infrastructure of the three of you? I want to pitch. You're pitching it to a couple of investors. You, Helmut.
And you see, it's all about competence. Look at Taiwan and China. You have mentioned it before. Can China today produce the chips that Taiwan can produce? No. It's because there is infrastructure, know-how in Taiwan that is not in China. That gives you the advantage. That's why it's important. It's about what you know to do. Do you know to build a bridge? Do you know to find a structure? Do you know to... That's what we are doing, right? It's all about competence and as a collective competence as a society. And that's why we have to have
So you're talking about the knowledge capital also that it generates, not only the actual building?
It's an ecosystem, right? You have to have the best tools, you have to have the brightest minds, you have to have the universities out there, the industries, has all to come together. I mean, an infrastructure in the desert that nobody uses is actually very boring.
You are, Charlie, you've been thinking about this infrastructure ecosystem thing. Why is the ecosystem that Helmut is referring to so important around the facility?
I think there are several aspects to that. I think I want to go off in a slightly different direction first.
No, you must answer my question first.
Okay.
Because we have a lot of ground to cover.
Okay.
Yeah?
What I wanted to say, a high-tech nation can be really at the cutting edge through these research infrastructures. If you go into the accelerator tunnel at MAX IV, you will actually see a lot of Swedish companies. So not only do we develop high-tech in the research, actually also to put it onto the ground from a greenfield site to make it into what it is. There is a lot of technology transfer that goes into Swedish companies. So again, the facilities, they are really excellent hubs in a research high-tech ecosystem. And I think here Sweden is not really sufficiently coordinated, unfortunately.
So yeah, you want to be critical about this. We are not coordinated. You're thinking about MAX IV being alone there out in the field, sort of soon with ESS as a ready-to-go neighbor, and nothing around you. Are you talking about the physical aspects of this?
I think the physical aspects of the sites, that will solve itself with time. It will be such a hot region that unless academic actors move in soon, there will be no space whatsoever because, again, I think here the industry has the cutting edge on us. They understand the value of being between ESS and MAX IV. So they will buy every square inch of that land unless we put something there that we want to see have there. As
Are you in the property business? Have I misunderstood your...
Don't tell anyone.
Yeah.
Okay?
So when you're saying we are lacking in terms of the infrastructure around the ecosystem, what are you actually thinking of if you think the properties will build themselves and sell themselves, etc.? So what are we lacking?
So if you look at the societal use of MAX IV today, I think we are actually a very good facility. We have interactions with many companies. In the Vinnova call for pilot projects, I think a significant fraction of them were actually tied to MAX IV. What I think is the problem is that I used the analogy in the discussion with you that we're building a wheel spoke by spoke. And we're trying to operate the wheel with a couple of spokes each time. But when we realize that we don't have a functional wheel, we try to put in new spokes and we actually remove the other ones. So if you try to run a bicycle wheel with 4 spokes, you know it's not a very good functioning wheel. Someone has to be given the task of fertilizing the ecosystem with a longer perspective than half-year projects, 2-year projects. We need someone that really ensures that there is good ground where all actors can actually have time to connect and establish what is a working procedure. I think there are very good examples, but when the seed funding is gone, typically the effort is gone. So the spoke is removed and you're left with this highly unstable wheel again.
We're going to come back to the business model, so to say. Helmut and I discussed this. If you can talk about the business model for a big science facility. We're going to come back to that. But first, Katarina, it is very costly with big science facilities, and they make a big dent in the research budget. what is this conflict-free in the science community? Sensitive question.
Rhetorical question. Of course not. I think there has been many people who maybe don't understand the importance of building these facilities actually, and it's like always. It's a struggle for money, and if there is, I mean, money. There's a limit to how much money the Swedish state can put into research and innovation, and of course these facilities are expensive, and then the researchers ask themselves, will this take money away from other things that they would like to do? So it's always a conflict. I must say that we were very happy for ESS during the latest time that the Swedish government puts in extra money, and they don't take it from the total research budget. It's actually plus money.
It's not a zero-sum game. Yeah. So when you go as the Director General of the Swedish Research Council and talk to politicians, how do you explain what society will get back from these investments?
Well, I try to explain firstly maybe that on the political side they have a goal of Sweden keeping being at the forefront of research excellence and also innovation, and in order to do that we need the best tools to be able to be there. We need to be able to have the research communities and international collaboration that we get from these facilities. So there are a lot of benefits actually. Building the facilities, a lot of benefits for society that comes back. And if we look again at the reports that the Swedish Research Council have made on looking at what it gives back to society, you can actually see both in a lot of possibilities for employment, a lot of money back to the companies in Sweden, even more money than the Swedish state put into the project. So I think it's not very difficult to explain why it is so important, and I think at the Ministry for Education and Research, they understand this, but we also have a finance ministry, and we have a lot of other expenses in the country at the moment. It's a fight every time.
It's a fight, yeah. Maybe you are also referring to the report from the Copenhagen Business School.
Yes.
About which is interesting to have a look at.
I think the reports are outside. So
they are outside. Perfect.
If no one's seen them, I think.
Where are they?
This is the latest one on diversity and user borders of the benefit. And
is it the Copenhagen?
I think.
Yeah.
I think.
If people are interested, it's over there.
Yep.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So Helmut, a man in the news last weekend.
Yes.
I was thinking we have a very famous in Sweden pop producer called Bert Karlsson. And he has said that all news are good news, no matter if it's sort of hot or cold. Did you think like Bert last weekend, or?
Not at all. First of all, I think we have good news.
Yeah.
Right. And as I said, because we make a lot of progress, but then we face challenges with technological quality produced in Europe. And I think we should acknowledge that, and we should fight it, and we will fight it and we overcome it. But so I think it's valuable news. It's the news that we should take very serious and carry forward. But no, I'm not one of those who thinks a bad pop song is also a good pop song.
So, of course, it brings us into the business model of big science facilities, because the first problem or also opportunity is the business model when you build a big science facility owned by many countries, where you have the system of in-kind donations, or in-kind people pay or countries pay via technology rather than cash. So tell us how that is causing issues for us right now.
Well, I think I would first follow here my head of the accelerator division, who says we could not have built the ESS if we had not had access to the pool of know-how all over Europe.
So it is a huge benefit.
That's the first thing. I mean, so we needed companies in France, in the UK, in Italy, in Germany, and so on, from all the states that provide this know-how, because it's shared, it's specific for accelerators, it's specific for neutrons, so we have to dig into that. This is a little bit to be separated from how you administratively manage, getting this know-how, because ESS could also have contracted with those institutes and procured. The in-kind introduces an additional layer of administration. But I wouldn't say that it's not working. When it's not working and it's a learning process, you cannot think that you hand out a part of your project to a partner and you have a very strict contract worked out by great lawyers, and the contract stipulates on this date you provide me with the quality I have asked you to. You have to be continuously there, monitor the progress, discuss, correct, quality assurance, quality control. That's a learning process, right?
So it's a complicated procurement process.
It has additional costs.
Yeah.
And as you know, when we launch projects, we always have a pressure that we don't put too high numbers on. But the danger of that is that somehow we are over-optimistic and would say, oh yeah, that's going to work, so we don't need these additional resources. And this is what we correct at the moment. So our response to the issues we have faced this summer is simply, we will be with the manufacturers, not the in-kind partners necessarily, directly with the people that manufacture, and so that we make sure that the equipment, when it comes, also fulfills our requirements.
Would you, in this room, tell us which countries are a bit wobbly, or is it a secret?
I think that may not be for Swedish diplomacy very helpful. So
if it's Turkey, it's going to be a big problem, I'm telling you.
No.
With the NATO application, okay. So we put a little shroud over that. We've talked about the funding of big science facilities. Charlie, you mentioned when the seed funding is over, it's complicated for us. So let's talk a bit about this business model of running a big science facility. What are the big challenges?
I think fundamentally the starting point is that when we put aside the money to build the facility, we don't really look at the bigger picture.
But that's strange. Why don't you?
Well, I don't think you can necessarily point at the facilities. I think this is a societal issue rather than something from the facility. I don't think the facility should have the responsibility to...
Why not?
Okay.
But why not? Give me an argument. Why not? Why should it not be concerned about its long-term operational costs?
No. Of course we are. But the organization we would need to build the ecosystem ourselves would simply require funding that is totally unthinkable compared to what we are actually funded. I think there are many actors in society that are already sitting on funding. So I think it's more a coordination issue than it is an issue that you should give the facilities 5 billion extra to build an ecosystem directly around them. I think the responsibility to ensure that the ecosystem comes in place is essentially a political
one, okay. Yeah. Would you agree, Helmut?
Certainly politics is important because it's strategic. I mean, I give you the example. I've been involved quite a bit in discussing with the European Union for Horizon Europe. When we set up, or they set up the missions, and also the Innovation Council and so on. And I really tried hard to say, don't forget the infrastructures. And don't forget the infrastructure is not in the sense that give us extra money for operations. That was not what I'm asking for. I said, make sure that you have the facilitators that make that when the missions, for example, are set up, that they're aware what MAX IV and future ESS or currently ESRF or ILL can provide. Because it's not only money, right? It's awareness. My scientist colleagues hate me for that, but finally we are running a business. We have to take care of our clients.
This is very interesting. You are running a business. Katarina, what do you think about the statement like that? Is that controversial?
No, I mean, in a sense, it is a business in many ways. But I can add something about this thing about. I think Sweden can be a little bit self-critical. Actually, we were late, and we didn't make enough effort actually to put in place what you call the bigger picture on these infrastructures that we put so much money in.
Can I stop there? Is she right? Were we late? Can I get a hand up? 5, 6 hands. Everyone else thought perfect time frame. Everything's worked really well.
But come on, I mean, compare to...
You need to convince them now.
Compare to our neighbor country, our host country, Denmark. What do you say, Pia? You should comment on this. It's actually, what they made from the beginning was to really look at how can we use this facility in the best possible way for Denmark. So they made an office, they put off people, they put off money to have these things around the facilities, and also engaging the universities and the industry and everything. And Sweden, I think the explanation for this is that Sweden was so concerned just about taking care of the building of the facility, speaking to other countries that came in with their money and efforts and so on. So that was the explanation, but it was not really good, I think.
So how many years have we lost?
Difficult to say, but I think maybe the first
10 years.
10 years. Yeah, I agree. 10 years.
Okay, we need some voices from the floor here. Sorry, I don't know your name. Oh, yeah, spoke to Jonny. Please, give her and now tell us, you are Dutch, if I understand you correctly. Yeah, and tell us what Sweden has lost by being belated.
It has lost this national perspective and a certain, you know, if you really have a common plan and a common idea, not just a group working here and a group working there and things going on in parallel, you really lose something, and you lose that power to really kick through. And Denmark really has shown how you can do that in an organized manner to get everybody on the same.
Yeah. So what do the Danes have that we don't? We have a Dane here. You can be our Danish alibi. We get a Danish comment straight from the horse's mouth.
Well, unfortunately, I have to agree here that Denmark was ahead, that we were simply better organized, and I think decisions were taken in the ministry that we see this is the way to go, and then we went ahead. And there was a community behind it right from the beginning at all universities, basically. You know, I was part of that, where we sort of organized in terms of what we call X-rays and neutron, and could, in collaboration with the ministry, actually move forward. So we were speaking with one voice, and I think that's very important.
So what was done better at what level? Was it the political level? Was it the science coordinator level? Was it the scientific community level? I mean, there are many layers here.
I think in particular also on the scientific community level, the communities is better organized in Denmark than in Sweden. So we speak together, we have meetings, and we speak with one voice, and the ministry and the community speak the same language, sort of.
So we have a huge gauntlet now being thrown from Hamburg to the Swedish science community. And we have a person from the Swedish science community here. Please, Tommy, take the mic. Is Robert, is he right in this?
Yeah, partly, but I would say that on the individual science scientist level, the communication was fairly good. I mean, we had a Swedish neutron scattering society and we discussed. But on the university management level, the communication was extremely poor, I think. I think what would one had liked to see when this decision came, for instance, for ESS and also for MAX IV, that all the universities came together, the management came and said, wow, now we are going for it. And that's what I feel happened in Denmark, not in Sweden.
Okay. So would you agree to what is being said now? Because I had a few wobbly hands before, like 6. Orange shirt wants to say something? No, I'm just saying. You agree with this? You want to say, yes, please.
A rhetorical question, why would the university management jump on this? Why would they in Sweden do what they did in Denmark? I think there are some differences on how universities are under autonomy of certain sort.
You're saying that the Danes are slaves under the... No, I'm just pulling out. I'm joking, but...
It's a governance issue, maybe also on the government central level.
Okay, good point. So the Swedish universities...
Blame the Vice Chancellors.
Okay, so the Swedish university autonomy system has created both individual freedom for universities, but also make it harder to collaborate. Is that what you're saying?
Unless the government gives some incentive to collaborate, unless the government monitors progress in certain and more areas.
Okay, fair enough.
I agree with you. We have a different system in Sweden than in Denmark. But on the other hand, I mean, much could have been done in order to marketing this thing, to discuss it, to get the universities on board. So I think we could have done more. But it's true. There's another political governance of the universities in Denmark. That's true.
Okay, well, like my husband says when I complain, gilla läget.
Yes.
It's like, okay, we are where we are, we're going forward.
Yes, exactly.
So lessons learned from what we have done well and not so well. What is important forward to create the best possible big science facility usage for the leverage of science and the whole of society? What do we need to see? Anyone? Jump at it.
Okay. Well, first of all, let me say you are very self-critical. I appreciate that. But in many countries, you have the same issue, right? And I fully agree, unless you put resources, unless you tell a university if you build up an accelerator institute and there is some money on the table, that will probably not happen by itself. So just so that you don't think you're so poor. No. And I think actually Sweden has done a lot. Over the last years.
Yeah, and it's doing now.
I feel, and it's doing a lot. So don't be over beating your back with the whip, right? What the challenge for us is at ESS is we have to make this a world-leading facility for 40 years. Right? And I said, I come back to my business. It's a business, I need clients. I need the best clients. That means the best scientific subjects from academia, from industry. We would like to increase industry, but we should certainly not forget academia. There we need the university system. We need the awareness. And we also need funds. When I read this report yesterday, it was interesting because I didn't know there was an English version, so it was a hard exercise. We have to really make sure that we build all the instruments we can build, that we have enough scientists that this thing, when it produces data 24 hours, 200 days a year, they are fully exploited because this is very expensive, as we have said, right? And so everything in this wheel, all the spokes have to come together. And I always tell the people at the ESS, if you think building that facility, the project is the most difficult, you're wrong. The most difficult is actually 40 years being at the forefront of science and doing this continuous effort, reaching out. And on the political side, we have to understand that making false economies, right? I mean, we put at the end 3.3 or a little bit more billion euros into the ESS. If we then decide that we cannot afford more than 2 instrument scientists, and then half of the data are not published, or the industrial partners are coming once, and then they say, well, with these timescales that they have at the ESS, you know, I cannot wait 18 months for the results of those experiments. Then we make a big mistake. So my big message to everybody out here is, let's not, and it has been done before. And Robert, I think you're on a good track in Hamburg. You have succeeded in getting, I think, the resources you need. And this is something very important, because there we can make, we can mess it up, right?
Talking about this 40-year perspective of excellence that is fascinating and challenging. Charlie, what are your thoughts about what you would like to see to be your best self and deliver best value for society?
Oh, wow.
Fortunately, you had that question.
I think I have to go back to Lars' comment. I think if there is some governance in our system, I think we are on a good track. But there are some spokes that will not be put into our wheel unless there is control. I'll give you a very concrete examples. Between, or rather at Brunnshög in Lund, we have 2 of the world's most advanced accelerators. In academia in Sweden today, there is no research in accelerator development. So then that's a simple problem. Why don't you simply create an academic program somewhere at the university and start to do that type of research? The problem is that the scientific value for university is not extremely high. It's highly technical, you could say. They will produce fairly specialized publications that will not be highly visible. They will rarely publish in Nature and Science. But the impact for the facilities, if we don't have a long-term sustainable system, will be catastrophic. Or, of course, we just go outside and buy accelerated competence from Russia, which we did in the past.
Wonderful.
I think, again, Robert, now he will be the hero of the day. Yeah. But what Hamburg has done at the universities is a good example of how you do exactly what you propose, right? They have said we create institutes where scientists learn how to build accelerators and the future generations of accelerators, realizing that the proximity of Exfel and Petra is the best they can do to make this highly attractive for the universities.
Mm. It's a very good, concrete example of what are your reflections?
Well, I think it's really important now to look forward to look to the future and give incentives to academia in order to help you with these issues, and also, of course, to give industry and organization access to the facilities and show them that you can really deliver, and that is extremely important, I think, and so we can build this fantastic facility also, ESS.
Again,
Charlie and then Björn. Yep.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Again, I think we are actually on a very good track in Sweden. I think the usability of MAX IV, especially in some industrial sectors, are today fairly well known, and we get good exposures. We just opened a new beamline for research using new aspects of wood, the 4MAX beamline, which is also partly supported by industry and the Tree Search Consortium and Wallenberg Wood Science Center. I think we're on a good track, but what I'm afraid of is the long-term sustainability of our ecosystem, because again, we're much dependent on very short-term funding. And essentially, even the MAX IV facility is a project that is destroyed and created every 4th year, because we are a project that doesn't exist even at the government level. We submit an application for operations funding every 4th year. So we disappear and reappear. It's not very sustainable, I think.
Yeah. I think maybe you should comment that
it's a challenge. I mean, MAX IV is part of Lund's university, so in the long run, it's Lund University who has to take that responsibility, which is of course very difficult for them, I must say also. So we need to look at that and try to find a better solution in the end. I think.
Sounds like a promise here.
We'll look into it.
Yeah, we'll look into it. Okay. He's also a strategist. Björn.
You're saying so many clever things, but I have a comment to you, Charlie, regarding the opportunity to build in academia knowledge in this infrastructure when you build them, because this does not apply to MAX IV but to ESS. When that started, Sweden could only contribute with money and not with in-kind. So the true benefits we got with jobs that Katarina refers to, that was actually concrete and steel, and not at all because we were not allowed to deliver. That was a bad construction. We can, in hindsight, say that and maybe leave it at that, but that comes back to the ecosystem. If you combine it from start to the end, you must be clever day -1 and think how we build this in Sweden. And I know Lars Börjesson is a very clever man to see how we can be better at this in kind. But with ESS, I don't understand why. Now we can. So now in the next phase, there is money put aside for in-kind deliveries to ESS. But believe it or not, for those of you who don't know it, Sweden couldn't build that knowledge in academia in order to be long-term. And that was not very good. I also should comment that I like Helmut's comment that we should not be too negative in Sweden, self-negative. But I think this is important. And also I support this ecosystem thinking, how to build long-term. And this is how to build projects around these early on, and a lot of good thinking there.
Good.
Thank you.
We have, Katarina, and then the last comment from the gentleman at the back who will need a microphone.
But there's
at the back. At the back.
There's an explanation for the cash contribution in the beginning, as you know, Björn, and that was in order to be able at all to build that facility. We didn't have much of an option. But as we said, now we look forward, and now we really have the opportunity to compete for this in-kind things. And I think that will also solve some of the issues that you referred to, Charlie.
Mm-hmm. Charlie is looking very perky after this discussion. Yeah, very happy. Okay, we have a final comment. Two final comments. Gentleman at the back, Darja. Yep.
I'm Peter Honett, and I've been slightly involved.
Oh, you are a hero here. Yes.
Both ESS and MAX IV. I think that there are a couple of things that is very important. First, I agree with Charlie that it's obvious that MAX IV needs a sustainable long-term funding. We don't have that today. I mean, MAX IV is an investment of around 5 billion Swedish kronor, and we don't really see the long-term funding and how that should be developed. That is absolutely necessary. I think that it's also very important to, also what Charlie said, that we should take advantage of the possibilities to build up Swedish competence when it comes to accelerator science and accelerator construction. This is a possibility that we are not using today, at least not on the level that should be possible. And then I also think that it's very important to look at not only what goes on when research is done at the facilities, but what is necessary before users come and after they have been at the facility. So pre and post support to the actual activity at the facility for users, I think is extremely important, not least for new users and for many of industrial possible users. They don't have that kind of competence in-house, so they need that kind of pre and post support. That I think is also extremely important.
Very valuable points. Thank you, Peter. I'm sorry I didn't recognize you there in the dark. We have a final comment from Darja. You have a microphone.
No.
Yes. Yeah, you have a microphone.
I'm wearing it.
You're wearing it.
Okay, well, thank you so much. I'm going to then finish off in being a little bit philosophical maybe on the long-term funding. First saying, when we're now talking long-term funding, we're talking about large investments, right? So we agree about that. So I'm not now defending any kind of small-scale project funding. But when we're thinking about long-term, it gets a bit philosophical to me. So there are certain limitations in terms of how the fiscal budget of a democracy is actually set in terms of decisions that we are all familiar with. So where is, and while we can, if we want to make these changes, what will it actually require to get that kind of long-term decision? I would say strategic alignment and working together to make it happen. And it's interesting then to reflect on the fact that if you have the strategic alignment and you have the ability to work together to make things happen, what are the risks of the funding actually going away? That's the same thing as minimizing the risk, even if you don't get really the answer that you want. So from my perspective, in terms of this discussion, to get there, that's what we need. And once we have that, the risk of running into problems is decreased in itself. So that's a little bit philosophical, but I really enjoyed this discussion. And I'm looking
Thank you, Darja. Interesting thoughts. Okay, I think we give the panel. I would love to ask you 10 more questions, but we have a very important time now in Sweden. You know what that is, Helmut?
Coffee.
Coffee break. Cannot adventure that. Thank you very, very much. Yes, jättebra. Tack. Jättebra. Hej. Ja, men det är du som är livslevande. Ja, men bra. Jättebra. Ja. Det är Kristina som ska vara med i din panel. Mm. Ja. Ja, ni är samma bord. Är du redo, Darja? Typ, ja.
Hej på dig!
Okay, my friends, we talked about, shall we have a focus in the room forward? We talked about the high R&D spending of Sweden, but it is important, as we talked about yesterday, Darja, 72% of that comes from industry. So how is industry seeing the need for large science infrastructure in solving its larger challenges? In this session, we will look deeper into the interaction with the R&D intensive industries and their role in the green and digital transformation. And introduction here, we again, Darja, welcome up. Applaud.
The best applause are the ones that are mandated. Okay, well, it's been really humbling and inspirational to listen to the dialogue leading up to now, and I'll just, one reflection, you know, earlier today, there were some comments made on the lessons learned during the pandemic. Obviously, the lesson learned that we as a global community were capable of, in record time, providing a global community with vaccines that helped save millions of lives. Of course, primarily because of the fact that there was a lot of long-term research being done for decades before. And then a few other things. So in the management of this pandemic, we as a global community, every single individual, organization, and nation gather around a common mission. We're going to beat this pandemic. Every single individual, organization, and country was then willing to make some really tough prioritizations, new ones, dared to experiment, try things out in a new way, take risk, and reallocate resources where it seemed necessary. I think these are also some lessons learned that we can benefit from. And not only that, looking really into what was it that made it possible to bring out these vaccines, not in the 15 years that it would typically take, but 15 months. It was in working on the research as well as the demand side and the regulatory side in parallel, not in sequence in new ways. Again, not thinking this is a linear process where we change hands, but where we work together. So I was happy to hear about the pandemic, and I think that we have many inspirational lessons to learn in the dialogues moving forward. Now, coming back to the topic of the day, would it maybe be fair to call us now an adolescent big science nation? One that is gaining strength as well as maturity in the ability to use these strengths wisely, but perhaps not yet fully capable in both-ish? Now, hosting a world-class research infrastructure as the ones we have, that's a privilege. And we're all aware of how that opens up opportunities for us to be a country in the forefront of groundbreaking research and radical innovation and building the environments that we can use to attract world-class talent to this little corner of the world. Now, with big strength comes responsibility, and the science is also clear then. We are a generation that must act responsibly right now more than ever. We are working towards hard deadlines. Some of you have heard me say this before. We did not set them. The planet set the deadlines. We cannot negotiate with the planet, therefore we need to adapt. What does that mean? We need to transform every single value chain in the society to lie safely within planetary boundaries. And we know that we need a lot of new knowledge, but also radical innovation to be able to meet these challenges. And again, coming back to the pandemic, we need to do it in record time. It will not suffice to do it with the type of work practices done before. We need to find every single opportunity to kind of shorten the lead times from new knowledge to be translated into radical innovations that make a difference in the world. Now, that is a huge opportunity here that we have, because with these research infrastructures now, we know that we have the opportunity to see what was previously invisible, uncover the hidden secrets of structural biology, underlying biological processes to the benefit of public health, but also to the benefit of food systems that are under increasing pressure in the world. And we see clearly, because the light at MAX IV is so bright, pun intended, how materials that we have worked with for thousands of years, we can now see in a new light. They're almost new to us when we can discover their true nature, what actually happens once we process them in different advanced production processes. We have the opportunity to innovate new materials that we really urgently need. What do we need them for? To be able to transform into a circular and bio-based economy, the only one where we can actually have opportunities moving forward. Because the future of our kids already in school depend on us transforming into these economies. And we have to admit that industry are leading the way, and we should be very proud of that. So then, assuming there's a conflict between excellent research and translating that knowledge into new, radically better innovations is a false dichotomy. They both need each other, and they both feed each other. So we have the responsibility to build these capabilities for both. For the betterment of society, we need to do everything we can. So the panel that is about to join us on stage here represent organizations who understand the opportunities for them as companies. who understand the opportunities for us as a society in the type of applications that can make a difference. And as representatives of industry, they will remind us all, because they're kind of, you know, representatives of the fact that Sweden, with 10 million people, not really a country if you're looking from Shenzhen, maybe a city. And yet we're an innovation leader in the world, almost regardless of who does the ranking, with a pretty unique breadth of industries, with some with a 100-year history, some with only a few years, but all of them providing innovative solutions attractive to markets far beyond Swedish borders, making a difference in the world. And we also know that the driver of the prosperity for us as a country, the actual reason we can afford the stuff we're talking about here today, is that ability to be that innovative, to have that kind of impact. And then the reason we have that innovative capability is that something we have agreed on for a long time, the value of long-term investment into knowledge, the value of building real capacities in our society to be at that forefront, and the willingness to invest together and take risk together in making that happen. So both ESS and MAX IV absolutely represent that type of strategic common priorities for us, shared by us all, providing the most important opportunities for our generation of researchers in Sweden and the world. So make the most of these opportunities then, let go of the false dichotomies, admit that if we have strategic alignment, that's the most important thing, to agree on what kind of investments do we need, to admit that we cannot build this alone. It will not be enough with academia. It will not be enough with industry. It will not be enough. We need to do it together. And then we have to start by asking ourselves, what can I contribute? Not what should they be doing at the Regeringskansliet, sorry, pardon my French. So how can we all contribute? Thinking I need to answer then to what we are doing. Here's what I'm hoping that we have: strategic alignment that enables us to secure the long-term funding by, first of all, committing ourselves to be long-term funding contribution. Collaboration and coordination that strengthens the capabilities. It has to do with anything from computational powers, radical better ability to make access of research data, convenient access and support to users, where universities have an extremely important role to play, improving our ability to make efficient use of complementary resources and instruments in other parts of the world, in other parts of our own country, and our joint contribution to create attractive environments where the best talent want to be. And that takes, of course, wonderful buildings, areas, but a lot more. What's going on in these buildings? What makes people actually meet and actually tick? That way we can actually keep bringing even more of world-class talent to this little corner of the planet and have them loving it, even though it's kind of dark and cold occasionally, like today. So now I really look forward to listening to the insights from the people who are making the experiences that can help us listen and understand the opportunities that are out there for us. So I should not be much longer. If you wonder what Vinnova is doing, I'm sure somebody will hold me accountable soon. But until then, I'm looking forward to listen to the panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Darja. I'm sure we'll come back to you when the panel is up and running with a few comments. Now, I would like, we have a 4-person strong panel, and in no specific order, Tom Eriksson, the CEO of Alfa Laval. Welcome up. We have Kristina Eli Kristoffersson, the CTO of Renewcell. We have Arne Berge, Head of Communications at research company Aventure, and Jan-Erik Sundgren, who right now is a senior advisor at the Association of the Swedish Engineering Industries, and will also talk about a new interesting report. Please. Okay, I had some very interesting pre-discussions with you, Tom, where you were quite outspoken and frank, and I hope you will be that today too.
I'm humbled.
You're humbled, yes, yes. He told me before he has been given the advice to tone himself down a little bit before the panel today.
Yeah. But I can modify depending on the mood of the audience.
Okay. So, Tom, you are not only the CEO of Alfa Laval, but you also have, through your company, experience of working with MAX IV. What have you seen? What are you thinking?
Well, I moved to Lund 2016. MAX IV was up and running early.
Can you hear him well?
Can you hear me?
Is the sound working? Okay, cool.
Okay. And we were, of course, early to start running tests at MAX IV. Coincidentally, so did Tetra Pak. I said to the then director, do you think it's a coincidence that the two engineering companies in Sweden that happen to run tests are located in Lund? And of course it is, because there is a network of scientists that knows each other, and that was a pure reason. I'm interested on MAX IV for two reasons. The first one is, I think, you know, as a company with headquartered in Lund, we are just greatly benefiting from building the scientific network, research infrastructure in that region of the world, and I include Copenhagen in that. And I find, having spent some time in Stockholm, that somehow the centralistic Swedish approach to how we do things, the southern region is sometimes a bit forgotten. And so I think, you know, we are, as a citizen of the southern part, engaged in making that work better. The other aspect, and that's perhaps the most interesting for you, is that as a company, we are hugely involved in the whole climate issue, and we are all about energy transition and participating in the new energy system. And our link to MAX IV is specifically that you could say the big change for us as we try to engage in hydrogen production, in biofuels, in energy storage, and everything that is needed for the rebuild. The implications for us is working with increased pressure, increased temperature, and increased corrosiveness. And so metallurgically speaking, we are out of our comfort box. And suddenly we have a world-leading instrument next door, where we actually on an atom level can start to trace and understand what happens in the process. And it's absolutely true, as was said here recently, that if you look at the industrial development cycle as it looks today, we are working against the clock. That's not what we've done for 130 years. We worked against a project target, right? And we did a pre-study and a study, and and executed, and 10 years later there would be a product. Now, if we're going to get energy storage into the grid before 2030, including building times for sites and everything like that, suddenly we have 4 years, including understanding the metallurgy of it, an industrial process, a production process, a costing process, and a market and application process in 5 years. We have never been in anything like it. And in that context, I just think it's exciting that MAX IV plays, one step, a little bit of a role in helping us in that acceleration.
Mm. But when you approached MAX IV, what happened?
Not too much, but no, this was exactly the point. Now, it was said here before, in industry, if I go to my board and ask for 5 billion SEK to build a beautiful thing, they're going to ask me how it's going to run. Where are the customers? How are you going to sell it? Where's the marketing organization? And I found a wonderful instrument with no infrastructure around it. And it's complete madness. If somebody would come to me and say, as industry, do you want to put another 10 million to help us? I say, I will not put 10 million on top of 5 billion. We can't continue to do the same. And so,
but be specific. So you said nothing happened. So tell us the reality of that. You knock on the door, and how was that entry point for you?
I mean, it did work. Obviously, it worked for us because we were close. Yeah. But my reflection was for everybody else. How do they get to know MAX IV? And the reality is, most industries, they are running already tests at large-scale research in Hamburg, and all kind. It was not like the Swedish industry was lined up waiting for this monster to be built. We weren't, and suddenly it was there, and nobody really knew the touch points in how we were going to go about it. So I completely lacked, if I provocatively speaking, there was a homepage.
He has left the softer side of himself already. I like it.
I'm overstating it to make a point, right? So excuse my impoliteness, yeah. But there really needs to be this thing of selling, beaming time from an instrument to a customer is running a company. It is developing the product offering. It's developing, the facilities for how do you build the experiment. What type of questions do I want to go to MAX IV as an industry? Which questions should I tackle with MAX IV, and which questions should I not tackle in MAX IV? And all of this is a rather big selling understanding product. And my view was not to say, well, MAX IV is fair. My view was to say, I think industry needs to take a real stake and skin in the game in order to make this happen.
And we stop you there because you're going to tell us about that later on.
All right.
Okay. Thank you very much, Tom. Kristina L. Kristoffersson, you come from a much smaller company. You are active in studies how to recycle cellulose, being a big plant right now in Sundsvall, the home of cellulose, of course, paper production earlier on. What are your reflections? A small company at the forefront of technology development. What do you need to be able to approach these big facilities?
Yes. First, I want to start with that I agree with what has been said earlier, that we don't have time. In our company, Renewcell, we have this mission that we will be part of changing the textile industry that is linear today to be circular. And this needs to be done very, very fast. All of you wear clothes. You buy clothes at least every week, maybe every day. And it is a very important part of our society, but it is very dirty. And circularity in this business is so important. And when I have been working earlier with pulp, cellulose, for man-made cellulose fiber, like by viscose or lyocell, I say that out so you can go look for it in the shop and you go out. The industry has been working with very, very old sort of analytical tools. Both have been working in one of the biggest companies making man-made cellulose in the world, so it's not about scale. But I see that it's a very old traditional industry. You don't really jump into the new analytical methods like this. So the threshold to go out and start looking for that is quite big, I would say, even if you have resources and even if you could do it. So I think what I have seen as something that is a constraint here for both small companies, but even for the larger companies, is to get, as has been brought up earlier, a network and to join, be working maybe in the different business areas. In our case, it would be cellulose, and to work together, to have a larger network, to get know-how, to get resources.
We will get back to that,
yeah.
The future. But so far, what type of communication do you think you have been given about these facilities and what opportunities they could bring you?
Yes, when I started to hear about this many years ago, then I was thinking that yes, it's a lot of information, a lot of writing and hearing about the concrete, the building, everything doing in that scale, how much money it costs, and so on. But very, very hard to, even if I reach out and try to say, okay, what is it going to be used for? Can me working with cellulose and making man-made cellulose use this?
So it was process-oriented rather than consumer-oriented.
Yes, and I can look into you that when we work with business cases, we start with, okay, where is the customer? How big is the market for this? And I am very glad to hear that someone said that I run a business, because I think that is the right way to think of it, even if it is research, even if it's fundamental. You need to start like, why do we do this for? Where is the customer, and what can it be used for? And then you need to reach, we need to find each other. And that, I think, is one of the lacking issues here.
So you've been lacking this user perspective, both from industries and academia, a more outward-reaching look. I just thank you for that, Kristina. Arne Berge, you are head of research. No, head of communication at the small research company.
It would be a disaster if I was.
Head of research, okay.
That goes for all of us.
And also you have been working with Rickard Öster, who is the founding champion behind Oatly, the big Swedish success. So you come from the food industries with a strong R&D perspective. How do you see the food industries developing? Where are you taking this to the next level, and how can these facilities be part of that plan?
Well, actually, first I think I have to say that we are quite special. We're not really food industry. We are more a research company. All our production is outsourced, and we're a small company, about 30 persons. 2/3 are PhDs. We have 4 or maybe 5 professors, very closely linked to the university, and our focus is to develop foods with proven health properties.
Functional foods?
Yeah, you could call it functional. We are targeting mainly what's called the metabolic syndrome, diabetes, and so on.
Huge new market growing, as with recycling of clothes. Interesting future areas.
Yeah, and I can't really talk for the food industry, but I mean, to be frank, food industry hasn't been really innovative. I mean, it has been digging up potatoes and killing animals for hundreds of years, and innovation in the food industry is mainly about new sizes of the bottles, new colors of the labels, and new flavors and so on. And I think there's a really big opportunity for the food industry here to actually become, if not become the new pharma, but working with preventive concepts. Because we see today how a larger and larger proportion of the cost for healthcare, medication, goes to things that are totally preventable. And in the future that should be necessary. And I would say that in every oat kernel there is a nano universe to be discovered, and of course we should use the best instruments to do that. It's really exciting.
And Oatly is also, as I understand it, building an R&D facility.
Yeah, Oatly is, I cannot really talk for Oatly.
But you can tell us what they are doing.
Yeah, what they are doing is that they are actually building a research facility exactly in the middle between ESS and MAX IV. And one of the things that they are actually doing there is that they are cultivating and breeding new kinds of, well, oats, obviously. And I would be surprised if they didn't actually use the facilities to study those. And I hope you will give me more questions about that later.
Yeah, can I then ask you, because if you are in sort of scientific communications, what do you think about the communication or the approach so far from the community around the facilities in terms of reaching industries? I mean, Oatly is there, so something must have been done well.
Yeah, but I mean, we are special in a way. We are so closely linked to the university. I mean, we're a really small company, but we also have quite a large costume when it comes to research and development, and we can do that by working closely with Lund University, for example, with other universities and research institutions around the world. We sort of try to build multidisciplinary communities to solve problems that we see and seize opportunities to get new products and concepts to the market. So for us, communication has been perfect. We have been interested from the start, I would say.
Perfect.
But that is, I would say, because we are so closely linked to academia.
So, Jan-Erik, we now have the votes here, sort of 2-1, you could say. 2 who say that communication to industries could have been better, and 1 saying it's been perfect. And you have been, together with your group of people, some of them are here. It's been Lars Börjesson has been there, Pia has been there. Who else has been in the group?
Tell them.
You're gonna say that. Talked about this specific problem. Please come forward.
Thank you very much, Maria. Thank you very much. So what I will do, this is a group that has been working on behalf of the Council for ESS and MAX IV. And I will tell you why, who, how, and what. So let me start with what. No, let me start with why. And we've heard the arguments from Daria, from the discussion prior to coffee break, from my fellows on the stage, that advanced materials and research infrastructure play a crucial role, a key role for the green and digital transformation, and also a key role for industrial competitiveness, and particularly in Sweden, where we have such a strong industry in the area of material science. This is crucial. I had the opportunity to a couple of years ago look at advanced materials, a project that was supported by the Foundation for Strategic Research. And out of the manufacturing industry, 20% is basically related to advanced materials. Then we have the health factor, and you can look at Lund and MAX IV, what they are doing. It's an increasing important for the health sector, for the food sector, for the wood and pulp sector as well. Another argument that I think is also strong, that we are not fully utilizing the full potential of society. There is a huge competence in industry that is not taken advantage of in solving some of the problems that we have going forward. Also, it's my firm belief, and there are lots of studies that shows this, that networks is a breeding ground for innovation. So putting together academic people from the academic part with people from other parts of society, like industry, are crucial for creating new innovations. We also, when we started this, realized, of course, that this is all about, they were started, they were funded by creating value for the scientific community, to create excellence, excellent science. But that also goes for industry. Excellence is a key word for industry. Mediocrity is nothing you can do business out of. So I think the answer is clear, that one needs to sort of broaden the use of the ESS and MAX IV, and that also goes for other research facilities that are funded by the Swedish Research Council and Vinnova and others. So let me then tell you who. These are the groups that have done this, and we have had around 12 meetings. And if I go to how, we have basically utilized three sources of information. We have done an international benchmark study, we have done interviews, and we have a broad referral procedure. That is that we have sent this report before being printed out to a number of organizations. In the international benchmark study, we of course have looked at facilities like XFEL, ISIS, Diamond, PSI in Switzerland, and they all have very good examples, and then we have tried to synthesize that into some recommendations. We have interviewed a fair fraction of you, also some of you that are here today, and then finally this resulted in a report. We have 7 areas of recommendation. We have several areas of recommendation. We have governance, follow-up, awareness and knowledge, open data, stimulating structures, application process, and funding methods. And I will look at them very briefly, and so we don't steal too much of the discussion time that we have going forward. So the governance is crucial. ESS Council, we believe, even though they have a strategy that is focused also on broadening the scope and getting access, but it needs to be renewed in the light of the situation we are at today. In the case of MAX IV has a very clear strategy themselves for doing that. The Research Council has pointed out the necessity of broadening the use of MAX IV, but the government has not done so. And governance is of crucial importance, so we believe that it would be healthy to have the government also pointing to MAX, saying that this is what you should do. And governance, we all know, are important independently what kind of organization you operate. So the next point is follow-up. One needs to develop systems that follow up the usage of the research infrastructures. Not only sort of what kind of publications you get out of it, but what type of users you have. And most importantly, but extremely difficult, is also of course, to follow up the societal impact. But there are a number of issues currently being addressed, particularly by funding agencies that are supporting social entrepreneurship, where they try to develop models. We admit that it's difficult, but just because it's difficult, one should not stop trying. So the follow-up procedure is crucial, such that, and it should be followed up and aggregated by the Research Council on an annual basis. But the responsibility of follow-up will, of course, lie at the research infrastructures themselves. Information, and do we know enough about this? Well, since I have been representing the Association of Engineering Industries, Teknikföretagen, in this work, where Tom is the chairman of the board, it is obvious if you ask the 5,000 members of Teknikföretagen that many of them have no clue. Many of them doesn't really know what the opportunities are. A fair fraction of them are perhaps not interested, but the one, I'm pretty sure that there is a number of them that would benefit strongly. So the information issue needs to be stepped up. It's quite clear on that. And again, the responsibility lies on the research infrastructure, but also on the funding organizations. Then, of course, training is an important part to sort of secure that the non-academic users are ready to work with these organizations. So various type of training schemes for people also out in the corporate world is essential. And there are some good benchmarks out in Europe. The Hercules program is one that you probably have heard about, but there are some good benchmarks out there. So that's one issue that I think needs to be improved, and where there are not so many difficulties in doing that. It's just basically to do it. Open data. I mean, it's crucial in this society that open data is that the academic world continues to follow the FAIR scheme for open data. But at the same time, particularly in Sweden, of course, the privacy issues and how one should go about to do that and secure that also privacy issues are kept when you're working with, for example, companies. But also, the open data is crucial in order to reuse data. These facilities are producing a huge amount of data, and mostly for one purpose, but the likelihood that it could be used for other purposes are also there. So that needs to be a focus area for the research infrastructures also going forward. Stimulating structures. There are a number of already ongoing activities, like CESAM, for example, that is run by Vinnova and Uppsala universities. We have RISE that play a crucial role in that. And as I said, networks to support users, and it was mentioned before, support users before the experiments, during the experiments, and after the experiments. We have mediator companies that also play a role, as long as there is a gap between the sort of needs in the, for example, corporate world and the capabilities in the research infrastructure. As long as there is a gap, there is also a business opportunity for companies that mediate this. Also, the science park that is being created between MAX IV and ESS with nodes in the rest of Sweden will be an important part in stimulating non-academic use of this infrastructure. So we need to secure that this is built up rather fast. And coming back to what Tom said about sort of creating structures that helps for the manufacturing industry or for the engineering industry is, as I said before, a crucial part of this. We have looked at the application process, and we heard time and speed is crucial to companies. And in view of that, you can find in the report a number of suggestions with different pots. Of course, scientific excellence and peer review process will always be the main part of the pot that uses the infrastructure. But there are other ways of doing this. And again, we have looked at international benchmarks, and we have proposed a suggestion, and which you can go and read about that, and how to allocate beamline time at MAX IV and ESS. But I think that's also applicable to other research infrastructure that we have in Sweden. And we spent a fair amount of time on trying to devise a scheme for that. Funding methods, obviously, special type of calls for using these research infrastructure, I think, are a necessity, not at least to get SMEs working together with the academic world in doing this. Vinnova is renewing their strategic innovation programs, and I've had the pleasure of being part of one for a number of years and in production facilities. And I think it would be strange if not some of the new SIP 2.0 will not deal with, some of the new SIP will definitely deal with materials issues. And then I think it should also be sort of allocated resources for interacting with this research infrastructure. There are other ways of securing that you have directed funding methods. Finally, before closing, let me have a few personal reflections on the cost. It's not in the report, but I'll share with you anyway. It's quite clear that the cost for research infrastructure is quite large, and they are increasing. And in the last research bill, the Swedish government at least gave some compensation for the resources that had been lost. In the situation we have right now, with the turbulence in the world and the challenges that the current government has going forward, I think it's crucial that we join forces to argue that we need to secure R&D funding and we need to secure funding for research infrastructure. I worked at Volvo Group, responsible for public affairs and environmental affairs, 2008, 2009, when Lehman Brothers crashed and we had a financial crisis. We lost 15 billion kroner per quarter. We cut everything possible we could cut except R&D. And it was focused on R&D for securing that Volvo Group would be world leading in electromobility for commercial vehicles. It was a bold decision of the president at that time, Leif Johansson, but I think it has paid off tremendously. So let me end with a somewhat modified quote from a president of Harvard University. He was President Derek Boak. He was president between 1971 and 1991. He said this for education, but I've modified it to deal with research. So if you think research is expensive, try ignorance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jan-Erik. Very interesting suggestions. And I would like maybe Tom, when you are seeing these suggestions, this package, you could say, how well does it address the problems as you have seen them?
Well, I think it's hard to disagree in a sense. I think it points in the direction. I would guess most of the room is rather in agreement in the direction in terms of what we need to do. I think for me there is still the missing step of who's going to do it, and if I think you called one of the slides supportive or. The Vinnova and the RISE and the structures that are supportive of this. And that's very good, and I think it's very needed. But that's not an executional, it's a supportive organization. And so for me, and I know for you guys who are broad in science, I'm addressing a rather small item of the missing link. But to me, it matters because when the missing link is not there, we don't get the value out of the holistic picture. And the missing link for me is still the question of who's going to do this. The mediator company, the gap that we are defining, somebody needs to step out and do that.
Yeah, Jan-Erik?
I mean, Tom is absolutely right. I mean, we have not fully addressed the question who is going to do it we have pointed to some issues where VR, where Vinnova, where the individual research infrastructure, in this case ESS and MAX IV, need to step forward. But if you take the business case of creating a company that would sort of be a mediator company, of course, one needs to have funds for doing that. And I think there is a responsibility also from an industrial point of view and from a capital point of view to secure that there are funds available to do that. So if you team up in the industry sector, for example, there are possibilities to do something that I think would help. Then it is, of course, crucial that we are understanding that these research infrastructure, even though ESS has got a new money in, well, new. I don't think it's new, though. It's old money that should have been given a long time ago, basically.
Old debt.
Right. But if you look at the research, the budget proposition right now, it's full of cost savings in the area of funding organizations and universities. So we need other sources like industry to act.
Tom can drop his piece of news, because you have a piece of news. You are starting something.
Well, I would, let's not call it news, but yeah. I mean, as I said, we've been engaged in this before. We committed one of our full-time resources as a secondment on MAX IV to start to help building the bridge. And we have seen worked a bit on a proposal to find a way of getting industry into the game, with the support. And I think co-funding is a very constructive way to work with R&D that both parties go in. I think we would be willing to do that from Alfa Laval's point of view. I wouldn't be surprised if Volvo Group would potentially, I actually don't know. We can talk about budget cuts, right? Then everybody's worried. I don't know a single large industrial company in Sweden that is cutting R&D at the moment. I don't think that's going to happen. And I think there is a super commitment in terms of driving things over the next 5-10 years. We are not unique in any way. I just happen to be here. And so I think the opportunity for us to get something together and to match up together with, the supportive structures and set something up, that's in the cards.
But you are planning to start some kind of entity, we can call it a daughter company, that could work as a mediator?
The concept we're looking at is the mediator company, I think.
So who is you? Among many other.
She's putting me on the spot on this, and that's fine.
But we had a very frank discussion.
Yeah, we had a very confidential, frank discussion. And I really appreciate the Chatham rules that we are using for this conference specifically. But no, I mean, it just so happened. Listen, we are in Lund. We are engaged in this because we happen to be close by. We care about the thing, and if it's helpful that somebody takes the lead, we are happy to do so. But I really, I'm not in the business of running a mediator company. That's not my business. I sell heat exchangers. So if you want one, order one. But in the meantime, you know, if we can, you know, kickstart this a little bit, because I think right now we are all looking at each other, right? We're all looking and say who's going to do this. So we just said, okay, we put up a hand. If it's a couple of millions and a guy and a legal entity and all of that, we can put that on the table to get things going. But we are really trying to put this as a service to the mediator thing, and you know, that's our objective.
Yeah, but I guess there's also discussion within Teknikföretag, and Magnus Fredriksson from Alfa Laval is leading that, trying to get other.
So we have who is Magnus?
Where's Magnus?
Yeah, you're the guy.
Guilty as charged.
Hi, I'm Magnus Fredriksson.
Yeah, Magnus, tell us what's cooking.
Yeah, as just Tom said, I've been working inside MAX IV for almost 2 years now. And trying to understand and trying to find the ways to make things easier for the industry. And I would say that I'm really impressed about the skills, the expertise, and the really prominent instruments we have at MAX IV. It's really top-notch. So that's not the issue, and that's not the challenge. The challenge is everything else.
Mm-hmm. Can you, so what is everything else?
Everything else is that the industry is running a business and we need to earn money. And then we take risks. And if we don't earn money, we will go another direction. So it's quite pragmatic. Mm-hmm. So here we have fantastic instruments that we could put in our R&D processes, but it's not simple. So what we are trying to do now is to make things simple for the industry. But if you look into some other different industry sectors, like the drug discovery, for example, they are really experienced using the synchrotrons in their R&D process. But if you go to the engineering companies, we are 10, 15 years behind. So we try to catch up.
Yeah. So where does the problem then lie if you have some industries who are good at doing it and some industries who are not? Is it the fault of the facility or the company, or is it somewhere in between in the dialogue?
I would say that the industry are carrying the physical problem, and the synchrotrons have a tool where we can try to solve the problem. And there is a gap, of course.
So what would you like to see physically to make this work? If you start this, we think ahead. You start the mediator company, you put in your money, Jan-Erik through Teknikföretag, and get some other companies on board. What do you need to see from Charlie to now have the perfect marriage?
Yeah. First of all, I think we need to start with the needs. Does the company need synchrotrons? Mm-hmm. And if you need it, you will get it. Astra is one example. They need it and they get it. Some companies in the engineering sector, they doesn't really need the synchrotrons yet, but maybe tomorrow. And as our CEO Tom said, that we are chasing the time, so we need to get the best tools as soon as possible. And you cannot just go to MAX IV and bring your ship or truck and just put it in the synchrotron booth and get some answer. It's more complicated. So we need to meet in some point. The academic experts needs to meet the industry need in a better way or smoother way. And this is not, we don't have a solution, but we are working on it.
Yeah, because it is very interesting when you're saying that the pharmaceutical industry has found a model for this. So what can we learn from that model? What is working?
I would say a lot.
A lot. A lot,
yeah.
Okay.
Because they are thinking business. They have a business in their activities. And you can go to a company, and this is not PR, but we have one company in Lund. Björn Walse is the CEO there, Ceromex. They have a really solid business. They have a value chain.
Yeah. I think Anna Stenstam from Lund, yes. She's waving desperately.
Yes, I've been so long.
Yeah.
So many things to say. Tom Eriksson, I love you. Let's start there.
Mutual, but I'm not sure.
No, but you're asking who's going to do it, and we are a couple. Björn is sitting over there. I'm sitting over here. There are mediator companies, and I'm really, really happy that more are going to be started, because that has been the ambition for the startup school that has now had 2 rounds. 2 rounds with international members starting, so scientists who wants to have being entrepreneurs do exactly this to grow this ecosystem. So we have done 2 rounds that have been really, really full. And CEOs like myself have been the mentors and teaching in these. So it is not necessarily to have the funding or something like that. You start, and then you need support. So that's the first thing I want to say, is that we have all the possibility to have companies like this. And we have talked about companies, and you've mentioned companies several times, looking at it as a business. It's not any business, it's a service business. And that is the next step you have to figure out, is that the MAX IV and ESS are into a service. And I know Helmut agrees very much with this, because I heard him say this a couple of weeks ago, and I love you too.
Does Charlie agree too, that you're in a service?
Yes, and so are the mediators. And I did a little quick look at where we put our time. Okay, so we go also to fancy instruments. Less these instruments, because we are a mediator more to all the other instruments in the world, but these. But that makes us very, very experienced to work with these difficult things and translating it to something of use for industry. And we spend, I would say, around 10% of our time at such an advanced instrument. 10%. 40% is spent before and after, just what you've mentioned. 50% of our time is getting to know our client. It is the relationship building that goes on way much more than when there is a project. And it's to understand them and getting their trust so that they will come to us, just like you're referring to, not when they know they're going to use small angle X-ray scattering, but when they have a problem. They want to talk to someone, they want a sounding board. And if we think that small angle X-ray scattering is the thing, that is what we will propose. If we think that they can just go and read a chapter in a book and get the solution there, that is what we're going to propose. That is providing a service. And I think that is really, really important to understand, that these are service companies. And that takes a special skill, and you cannot just sell beam time. And I think we agree on that. And then, last thing I want to say in this discussion is that it's not only when there is a gap. When there is a gap, it is evident that there is a business. But because this is a sales process and a relationship business, it goes on for other reasons. It goes on because the big companies who have the resources, who have the understanding, they still want it because of the outside perspective, because of the small, creative, problem-solving ways that they cannot really have because they have other things. So it is the cross-business experience, it is the outside perspective, it's the agility, that is also a value, no matter how infinite or minimized that gap is.
So this is a great perspective from a mediator service business.
Who has done it for 18 years.
Yeah, for 18 years. Excellent. We have now Christina.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, I think you said exactly what I was going to catch up with, that one piece in the puzzle needs to be consultancies, or because that be in the industry, and especially if you're small, you can not have all the resources. You always work with consultancies, and I see this as the spot. So that was spot on that. And I see that what is needed also for certain industry, and myself being in cellulose and how to make valuable cellulose, you need to have good project examples. And I like the conclusion you showed there, that they need to be somehow open, because then you can learn from each other. So I think that is also one piece in the puzzle, to have facilities, companies, consultancies that you can work with, because you need that, and then you also need to some good examples. And myself, and I have a colleague here at least, who address the same area. We have a dream that we want to be able to see how you take cellulose, you regenerate it, and make fibers from it. And you want to understand it on the nanomolecular level. And it has never been possible because the tools that you address for that is just not giving you the possibility. So I want to see that project, and we want to be part of it.
You can maybe talk to Anna. Excellent. Jan-Erik, you have...
Yeah, I have another comment. Of course, service organizations like Anna represents.
It's a company. It's a company. It's not only an
organization. Well, a company. I know it's a company. I know it definitely that it's a company, definitely, and I know what they are doing. They are also making money, so that's fine.
Which is good.
Which is perfectly fine. But let me bring in one of the last things that I said, that we also need to secure that we have funding methods available that allows companies and the academic world and the institute sector to work together. Because when you work together on solving specific, perhaps generic problems, then I think you have a large possibility of creating new innovative solutions. And we have too few of those type of instruments available. Vinnova has provided them. The Foundation for Strategic Research has provided them. And I think we need to see more of that. And I look at Darja, and the SIP 2.0 has a great possibility to create that. I don't remember what you call the new programs. But impact innovation.
Impact innovation. Does that mean funding for intermediaries? Does it mean that?
No.
No?
Well, no.
Is it working, Darjas?
Yes, I just turned it off.
Yeah.
So impact innovation, and all of you, I think, are familiar with the strategic innovation programs. And it's not only with Vinnova, it's Vinnova, the Energy Agency, and Formas running them together. And now we have the government mandate to develop the second generation, and the first call for preparations of the applications has been open, and we're really looking forward, because actually the question is right back to industry, because it will be academia and industry and other parts of society that will work together, setting ambitious agendas. And I could only assume that if you want to make an impact, you're going to need these kind of advanced structures, but I'm not going to tell you what to do. I'm just looking forward for the applications, actually.
Okay, great. We have now a lot of people who want to comment. I have Arne, gentleman here, orange shirt. Now we have blue shirt. Helmut, that's what I have right now. Arne.
Yeah, I mean, the pharmaceutical companies were mentioned here before as a good example, but and of course they are, but they are also low-hanging fruit, because they have research organizations on their own. They read publications and so on, and they truly understand the value of using the whole toolbox of instruments. Taking the food industry as an example, they have potentially as big an impact on people's health in the future, hopefully, as the pharmaceutical company, hopefully even bigger. But they simply don't have the research tradition, they don't have the organization, and usually they don't even have the understanding of what academia can actually do. So here is, I want to fill in to what Anna was saying here before also, that mediators are so important, not only to make these companies understand what you can do at ESS or MAX, but also telling them to use the microscope or to read a book, and also
you paint a very bleak picture of the food industry.
I'm sorry, but I've been working with the food industry for many years.
It's a very
no, but I mean, it's a fact. Very few food companies have their own research.
Yeah.
Very few of them actually have that.
And you mean it is an opportunity?
It's an opportunity, definitely, but it's a long-term thing. I will take the Oatly example. Oatly, for example, is based on findings from the 60s. There was a professor, Arne Dahlqvist, who discovered lactose intolerance and published an article about that, I think, in 1963. The first Oatly patent, which was actually based on this basic research, was filed 32 years later. And it took another 20 years before the product conquered the world. And you all have to, I mean, we want things to be quick here, but I mean, the beautiful thing about basic science is that you know what you're looking for, but you never know what you will find, right?
Very true. Very true. Okay, we have, okay. Orange shirt has been waving for a long time.
I'm going to make a reinterpretation of what Jan-Erik was saying, just to make the nomenclature a little bit more clear. If you have an instrument, you need the skills and the knowledge how to operate it and maintain it and to use it if you want to get something out of it. If you have an infrastructure, you don't have to bother about the maintenance and the operation, you only know how to use it. Then you have a next level, third level, and that is a user facility. You don't have to be able to maintain or use, etc. You just have to know which scientific question you're looking for. And that is, for example, ILL today, and ILL basically invented this, if you accept the common understanding of it. A user facility is where you actually have the support of actually using the infrastructure. Then we're talking about the next level, Anna, right? And that's a service. So we have 4 levels. And we have to distinguish between these different things to be able to be clear about what we want to accomplish. Max Lab, for example, has traditionally been basically not a user facility. But I'm hoping it will turn into a user facility which would then allow industry to use it in a really efficient way in the future. Is that correctly understood, Jan-Erik?
Yeah, I have Björgvin, I have no other comments than the one you proposed. There are, of course, different levels in a research infrastructure like MAX and or ESS or MIFAB or whatever you want to whatever infrastructure you want to compare with. Definitely so, but they all need to be working right, and they have perhaps specific requirements. We point to a few in the report, but we have not dealt with every of these 4 layers, but they're all mentioned in the report.
Mm-hmm. Please.
My name is Lars Hultman. I represent the Swedish Foundation for Strategic Research. So let's talk money.
Would you stand up so we hear you?
This will not be a blame game. We're in this together and we should help solve the many opportunities and problems. But there are some realities, some conditions one needs to look at. The resources of the Swedish Foundation for Strategic Research is limited. The resources of the government of Sweden is unlimited. Katarina said that there is a limit, but I think actually there is not. It's a matter of priorities, and we are presenting the government with the right argument to support this. But so what does it...
We will tell the Minister of Education that when he comes, your statement that they have unlimited resources.
Yes, it is actually true.
Yeah.
Now, so what do we do with our limited money? Well, we try to make strategic initiatives as a primary most of the day work. Then the second as important thing is to fill gaps. But to understand where the gaps are, we need to have a dialogue. And I think we have a good dialogue with the other funding agencies and also the private ones in Sweden. And we'd like to continue that. And very important, we should not substitute for the responsibility of the state. So these gaps have to be really deep and difficult, tricky ones, wicked ones. Then we and probably other funding agencies on the private side can enter. But it's very important that the government take the base responsibility. Otherwise, if we step in, we will not contribute any net asset to the system.
So, I read a sort of Ibsen undertext here. You know, Henrik Ibsen, the dramatist, he was an expert of putting undertext in everything he said. Who are you criticizing here? The government?
I'm nudging that there is a set of research foundations that could be recapitalized. Maybe that would help the system more than waiting for the government to give Innova and VR more money to infrastructure.
Because, follow your thought, why would that, it's so interesting what you're saying, why would that benefit the system that you have more funding agencies of a more diverse funding?
Before Sweden has a board for infrastructure, independent maybe of VR and Vinnova. And before Sweden has a strategic funding agency, government operated, Sweden needs the support of the private foundations like the Wallenberg and the SSF and Mistra, because they can act strategically and they can act fast, and they don't rely on any governing letter, regleringsbrev.
Okay, so this is, Jan-Erik, would you comment on this? Is it a good idea? No, you're setting in no mode. I will not comment.
No, I mean, we need all the resources we can get, and particularly in these difficult times, we need to mobilize the whole society. Basic research, applied research, governmental agencies, private foundations, and the corporate world and the public organizations out there to secure that the next research bill is not a shrink down of the current one, and that one understands that research infrastructure is a necessity for carrying out research at the forefront, and that we have extraordinary new expenses. I mean, the electricity bill, etc. So we need to mobilize.
I have a seriously long speaker list now, just telling you. But it's very good. It's very good. Okay, Helmut. Okay, so but you need a microphone.
Of points. First, Tom, I need heat exchangers, but you have to win the bid I just signed yesterday. It's competitive, but I need them. And then Christina, and I think this is an interesting example. By chance, I've worked on cellulose a bit, and we had an initiative Europe-wide. It was called Genesis. And the picture of the book that 300 pages, how industry and academia and large-scale facilities could work together, had Michelangelo, you know, where God gives the hand to man. The question is, who is God and who is man in this context? But one of the examples was extrusion of cellulose, looking at crystallinity, nanocomposition while you produce it. And I think we have, the issue is wider. The missing link is not only here. When I look at the ILL, the proposals all start, we want to go in energy research, new batteries, better photovoltaics, hydrogen production, direct with some biological photocells, whatever. But it doesn't go to application. There is always a missing link that is there. And in your case, the missing link is that there's institutes in France that work on cellulose. You are not aware of their work. You don't come together. So I think that's what we have to tackle, right? And it's really important for us in a fast-moving society. We have said, why is it sometimes so easy? I give you an example. We have been contacted by Infineon. They want to irradiate chips and just see whether there's errors introduced by neutrons. The question is clear. We can make a business case. We can say how we deliver that, at what cost we deliver it. It's straightforward. If we have worked, for example, with lots with metallurgic industry, why don't windmills not work? Why do wheels of trains crack? Rolls-Royce turbine blades? The question is always more intricate. And the industrialist, as I think has been said over there, by you is not satisfied with the answer. It takes too long. The answer is not clearly defined. So it's absolutely important that we first define what is the answer. Are we the best suited to give the answer? If not, get out of it because wrong expectations, lots of frustrations on both sides. If we are there, let's put everything in to make it happen. And one aspect that we should not forget in this context is people. And we have to make sure if we go in this direction that the scientists that and we will need lots of them, we have discussed about the data all treated have a good career opportunity, that this is something that is valued, right? And that it's not only publications and things like that. So that's the last point. Let's not forget the people that have to do that in the service providers, at the facilities, and so on. So looking forward to the heat exchangers, and I think I stop here because there was many other questions, but really it's also about university. I'm sorry to say that. I give another example. Great work, you know, membranes, dementia. The medical industry doesn't take notice of the work that is done, what we consider high excellence, done by the universities with the beamlines, the neutrons, because they say, oh, this is so far away, these membranes are model membranes, they are not related to the real world. Stop. that's where we have our missing links, and that's where we have to be faster. Thank you.
Can I just give you
a quick response?
I also like heat exchangers, so do more research on that. They are very much needed. The other thing is we are aware of French and others, but this seminar is about MAX and the Swedish resources. So I think someone else said earlier that yes, you can find similar things around the world, but now we're talking about the Swedish resources and to build up the science in Sweden.
Excellent, thank you.
But you have access to these facilities?
Yeah. Okay, blue shirt has been waving for a long time. Yeah, please use for the digital participants.
So my name is Francisco Villaplana. I am actually officially employed at KTH and Oatly, but I also work at Research and Northern Lines on Food. So forestry and food sectors. It's kind of an interesting mix. I just wanted to mention actually that what you were mentioning about ecosystems, I think is the way to go. And are actually branch-based ecosystems. I think the forestry industry, I mean, you mentioned about the pharma. I think the forestry at least is doing good things with research, for example, setting up the foundations, setting up the universities, the companies in an environment where we can actually learn from the different infrastructures. I think this could be translated into food. I think it's very important to learn what works in different sectors and to translate it into others. And I think here the important thing is that maybe the long-term vision. I think research has funding from the state and from the companies for 5 to 10 years. I think this is a model that should work for other sectors that have the need, like the food one. And I think the food one is critical. I completely agree with you. And I think by building the Swedish model, we need to involve everyone. I wanted to mention about your regeneration issue, Christina. There was a paper this week from the US about using neutrons to solve the question that you're mentioning. Why is it in the US we should do it here in Sweden? And I think we have here the tools to do it, and it's a prioritization mechanism, but let's put all the funds into the different branches that need this approach. That's all what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Excellent. We then have Tom, we then have Tommy, we then have Darja on the list.
All right, so just a reflection from industry on the dialogue that is going on. You know, in industry, when we have a big problem, you know, we normally try to dissect it, right? I don't want to have a big problem that I don't know what to do with, so I try to you know, that's why we divisionalize and decentralize, and we break up the problems, and we certainly don't put them all together in a big bag and say, oh, now it's a really big problem, we all need to get together and we're all going to solve them. And I think the tendency is in these type of discussions that we're all around the table, we all get engaged in everything. And my reflection on funding is that I think funding for research is a big issue, and I think there's a whole path and work stream that needs to happen there. But, you know, a lot of what we're talking about here is not about funding. It is about organization, leadership, accountability, governance, you know, commitment, people, all of that. And those things is in our hands. As long as somebody, you know, gives the, you know, driving lines that you take care of this, and this is what I do in my company. I have 20 lieutenants. You know, you take care of this, and you take care of this, and 10 will succeed, and 10 will fail, and then we try again, and then we'll fix it on the other 10, right? And I think this is the dilemma with MAX IV and potentially the discussion of ESS, and let's put them all together because they're located in the same place. Why do I want to put ESS and MAX IV in the same trouble basket? Let's put them in two baskets, let's solve them on their own merits, and when they work, we put them together and centralize and coordinate and all of that. So it's just, you know, since I'm leaving the room pretty soon, I guess, and you may not invite me back, it's just a recommendation in terms of how you attack the problem here, so we don't make it too big.
So you think there is a tendency to kind of shift the problems upward and just call for alliances in a sort of fluffy way? Is that what you're saying?
Well, you want a provocative statement, clearly, but
no, I'm just saying to be very clear.
The dynamics when the ownership, you know, who is responsible for solving the MAX IV problem, you know, and I think it's not entirely in your hands, you know, and I get it, right? It's not entirely in the government's hand, it's not entirely in Vinnova's hands, and certainly not in Alfa Laval's hands, I hope. You know,
or maybe it is.
Lund's University, and of course I talk to them regularly, knows exactly what the problem is, but for the specific problem that we are talking about, they don't have the funding. So in fact, there is nobody who has the authority of a CEO and deal with it, and that's my benefit in my company, that is at my discretion. And here we don't have it, and And I think we need to respect that when we meet, but we also need to agree about, then who are we going to delegate this to? And somebody needs to get that delegation letter from the community, and it's not happening. And that's what I'm asking. From a governance point of view, we need to have an agreement that everybody can't sit around the table and talk about everything every day. Split it up, delegate it up, have it reporting back, keep everybody accountable, but let's not get involved, all of us, in every single problem that we're trying to solve.
But can I ask you, because these facilities sort of their structure and the thinking comes from the academic world, and the academic world is not hierarchical. It's more herding cats kind of thing. You got a president of the university who is not the boss of everybody, who is more like a primus inter pares, who is bringing everybody together, and that's the academic freedom and the academic model. So is there maybe a clash between your reasonable demand for an executive Napoleon and this academic tradition, which is also very valuable in that context? Can that be the problem?
I think there is a cultural, misfit. I mean, that's clear. But we have cultural misfits in all kinds of companies, between Chinese, Americans, Russian, Ukrainians. We have all of those. You just need to be communicating and respecting this other point of view. I don't think industry has any problem in respecting that academia is different and is operating on a different paradigm and is achieving different results that we would never achieve in. We plan 10 years and academia can play 50. So it is a different time perspective. But I think there's also, that we need to be able to talk to academia in a way that we can get excitement from the researcher there. I mean, who doesn't want to solve the climate problem? If you're in material science in the university, who does not want to be part of that? And so I think we can take a lot of blame on, I'm not looking to point a finger at anybody than ourselves.
No, but I think it's excellent to kind of drive this point and sort of investigate it. Darja, would you like to look at this issue of ownership of the facility? Who owns the problem? You were not going to talk about that.
I was planning to comment
at all.
Yeah, no, but okay, so if I should... Is my mic on?
Yeah, your mic is on, yeah.
Okay, no, but I think we... soon everybody loves Tom. But I think that we agree in the sense that what you're saying is that a lot of the questions we're talking are at the level and the scope where there is not one certain organization or person who can actually have the mandate to solve it by itself. So that's one. And then the other thing is that then we have a tendency to talk about all the problems and all the dimensions at the same time. And many of us are in those rooms many times and then yet not getting to the point of, okay, who takes this part of the problem now? And then let's support you. I think that happens to a varying degree. But so that's going to be my comment on that. I wanted to comment on something else. But where is it? The bridge would be, yes, that's about leadership and less about pointing to somebody else doing something and maybe more trying to make the most of the mandate that every single organization actually has in that direction and asking in what capacity can I actually make it happen, which is hard enough. But then at least you can use your own mandate, which is always easier than making somebody else do something. I wanted to come back to Lars commenting on funding, though, even though that's not everything, simply because we didn't mention it up until now. You said something about until the government has set up another government agency that is capable of funding all of this, and until the government made sure that blah, 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 then we will need the private funders. We're always going to need the private money in research and innovation in Sweden, I hope. The fact that 70% of the expenditure on R&D is private in Sweden is one of our absolute key success factors. I don't think you disagree, actually, so I'm just kind of... right now, we have about 3.5% of GDP expenditure on research and innovation. We're used to that making us one of the highest spenders, investors, put it in any way we want. Okay, South Korea is ahead of us, 4.8, almost 5. Israel is ahead of us. I saw some numbers now, but I have to double check them. That maybe also Switzerland and Germany during 2022 is outspending us.
Oh, they are now.
So there is a case to be made also about whether we are thinking and acting in zero-sum games or actually promoting what needs to happen in Sweden. So that's one thing. And then coming to the investigation that is now ongoing on the public research and innovation funding organization. We've had this organizational set up for 20 years. Now there's an investigation going on this year, and I would just, I'd like to share in this room about that is think about this now. Are we going to go into those rooms and have the same discussions we had during the recent research and innovation proposition? Saying that basic research and all this innovation is at odds with each other, making it zero-sum game about the same money? Or are we capable of running this a different way this time? Because this is the first chance in 20 years to do some significant changes, right? And if we're making those changes, it's going to take decisions made by government in 2024 or 25, reorganization 26, 27, before it made a significant impact on programs and funding 27, 28, 29. We're talking about the research and innovation system of the 30s. What do we know about the 30s? What can we assume, if we're going to be loyal, all of us in the room, about that generation of researchers and what they need to accomplish, looking at the challenges ahead? I beg of you and myself to not be loyal with our own institutions, not get stuck in the mud of whatever we're talking about now, but really try to think and be loyal to what capacities do we need in the 30s. And I will at least honestly say that whatever organization was set up that can commit to those kind of qualities, I will support. There are probably like 4 or 5 different solutions to the problem. They're all going to be good. But we can help each other here by starting by thinking and leading from the future, saying what kind of capabilities do we need in the system, and then have different types of solutions and be willing to support all of them if they address those. So that would be my chance to say that. Thank you for the opportunity.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you, Darja. Okay, I think we will now. I have now on the list Tommy, and I have a lady in a brown jumper, and I have Björn. And I think that's where we end, and then with a final comment from the panel. So, Tommy, please, we need a mic.
So my question to the industry is that how can a herd of cat help industry to use the facilities? That's the first question. And I also would like to say about something about engagement of industry. We started this Northern Lights on Food, Selma and Anna, and there's a lot of representative for that. And we get the universities together, and we get the industry invited. We had a meeting. We crashed the budget because there was such a big interest. And I think one question here, also from food industry, which is supposed to be rather low in research, but there's really a drive, and how do we take care of that drive and interest and transforming into something concrete? Because food is something that is very important for us all, more important than medicine. We ate food more than medicine.
Excellent. We'll come back to you. But excellent point. Please.
My name's Denise McCluskey. I represent...
Denise, will you keep the mic close to the mouth, please?
My name's Denise McCluskey. I represent the Centre for X-rays and Swedish Materials Science. We're the academic hosts of another Swedish infrastructure, the Swedish Materials Science beamline at Petra 3. And maybe because Petra 3 is outside of Sweden, we have organised like a user community, and we have that perspective in using Petra 3. And as a user community, we recognise that researchers are a bit agnostic regarding which facility to use when. It's a question of suitability. We use them all. So if we want to make measurements, so we have, for example, an additive manufacturing component, and we want to measure the properties there, we go to Chess. They have a high throughput beamline, and it measures lots of samples and gives us the statistics we need. If we want to do experiments, we're developing a new electron beam and additive manufacturing experimental environment. We go to Petra 3 because it's flexible. The Swedish beamline has been designed to be adaptive to do leading research. So what I'd like to say is I have an offer, Tom. When it comes to doing perhaps a little bit more long-term research on the before, during and after the beamline, we're happy to do it. we're developing proposals there, and we'd be very happy if you joined us. Because there is a role, depending on when to use Petra 3, Petra 4, when to use ESS, when to use MAX IV, and when you're doing, you know, some general research and development, or when you're doing innovation. And when we're doing general research and innovation, we want to develop the methods and the processes to make it better, and then you can pick it up at the higher TRL measurements when you need it. And we'll support in whatever way you want. So, thank you.
Thank you, Denise, for that point. So we would like to go to Björn, the final floor speaker, then we have.
So I always love to get the final word. We'll have a specific question for Jan-Erik, picking up Tom's challenge a little bit. How can we engage industry in a better way? And I think we're on the right track here, and I think it will take some time, but I will still make a kind of a challenge here. I've been in my broad career, one of the things I've been mainly proud of is my chairmanship in Sweden Bio, the Swedish biotechnology industry organization, organizing everything, and I've been the CEO of companies. I've mainly been in the corporate world. Here we created, and we have Anna Sandström here from AstraZeneca, who has been engaged very much in Sweden Bio. We created many groups to deal with the company questions, because here I think we are here because we are believers is that both the ESS and MAX IV will have answers to questions we don't even know of. And I'm totally convinced of that. Also what I hear of the start. We created groups, for instance, in clinical trials, in R&D, and so on, where companies come in and work. And we found that the pre-competitive area could be broadened very much. The companies were willing to share, because you have a lot of confidentiality, but you can share much more than you envisioned to get help from the other companies. So my question to Jan-Erik, with Industriföretagen, for instance, you talk about thousands of companies not even being aware of these infrastructures. Could the industry organization, Industriföretagen, but also others,
Teknikföretagen, I think it
Industriföretagen, yes, could they take a bigger role in what we talk about here and organize industry to share their experience in order, because what we want to do is to accelerate. I think this will happen anyhow, but...
So the question is, can Teknikföretagen take a leading role?
Yes,
okay,
a leading role.
Straight to the panel.
Well, we can ask the chairman, but before we let Tom answer the same question, Teknikföretagen, I've been involved in Teknikföretagen since 2006, and over the last 10 years there's been a lot of discussions on research infrastructure, and something that is very close to research infrastructure, namely test and demonstration facilities. Both are needed, and Teknikföretagen has been instrumental in supporting and arguing for research infrastructure, and are doing its best to sort of spread the awareness. And with the initiative now coming from Alfa Laval and led by Magnus, there is a possibility to make it more tangible for a lot of industries. And I think that is the goal that Magnus has, to get much more companies involved in understanding the possibilities of research infrastructure, particularly then MAX IV and ESS. So that's ongoing. It takes time to reach out to so many companies, of course. At the same time, we also need to increase the discussion about test and demonstration facilities. When it comes to research infrastructure, we have an organization led by VR that really coordinates and try to do its best out of that and find out the needs from society. We need the same thing to happen in test and demonstration facilities. And Vinnova has, of course, a specific role to play, but Teknikföretagen, I guess, will take its responsibility. But having said that, as a sort of retired, now senior advisor type of position, I'll let the word to Tom.
But did you hear Darja say we should stand up ourselves and take responsibility, but you're sending it to Tom. Okay.
Well, that's or to Peter, who's sitting in the back.
Okay, cool. Tom, will you take the ball and run with it?
Well, I was just arguing that let's agree who owns what problem, and then we'll be accountable for them. So I think it's a good point. I think to your next comment, I think our main role has really been to drive interest, from youths to young kids to girls into engineering and support, the research infrastructure and engineering interest in the country. So I think we've been more driving that part than acting towards the member companies in terms of coordinating their activities. I think it's a fair comment. I would make the addition, though, that our members and industrial companies, we are not that good at this stuff because somebody said, the pharmaceutical industry is 15 years ahead. And why is that? Because they're designing molecules. If you design molecules, you're sort of interested in characterizing them and working with them. I don't design molecules. I design industrial systems. I'm building breweries. But by the time I solve all other problems, including membranes and contaminations and cleaning process times, it's pretty far down the road before I get to the molecules. And that's why industry needs, the gap is bigger in industry, and your service is more needed towards the industry than towards the biotech sector, because the gap is a lot bigger for us in bridging the material science part into product designs and all of that. And that's why we are a little bit slow on the ball here.
We had also something we haven't talked about, the patent situation. And when we talked beforehand during our confidential talk, I won't say anything that embarrasses you, don't worry.
No worries.
No, but you said that verkstadsindustrin, what's that in English?
Engineering industry.
Engineering industry could be a really good user because you are not so dependent on patents as others.
Well, I will phrase it in a different way. I think what we found when we started, I think Magnus brought people together. When you bring the material science companies together, to take the Sandviks and the SSAB and the Autocompass, and they are actually extremely concerned about patent and privacy on data on everything they do. Whereas a lot of my metallurgical problems, if we share them with Volvo and if we share them with Atlas Copco, is no competitor of mine. So I think because there is an issue of openness of data in the scientific community, if everything we do with the industrial beam time goes into IP protection, it is a way of limiting the access to the know-how. So I think, from an industrial point of view, there's a bit more openness, but taking it to the point where there is no IP considerations on it is maybe a bit far.
Yeah. I'll come to you in a while, but Kristina, final reflections on what has been said.
Yes, since I have been working in an area cellulose for entire my career as a chemist and running R&D in production, one of my reflections is that Sweden has been a leader in research and also production when it comes to cellulose. Sorry, it doesn't work here. Okay, do I start from the beginning?
Oh yeah, I think.
Okay. Yeah, so Sweden has been a leader in this field since it started to produce pulp and man-made cellulosic fiber and packaging material, and still are a leader, both producing and research and producing the machinery for it. And I think then it also needs to be that we are a leader in analyzing and having technical instruments that are this large-scale infrastructure technical instruments for it. I feel a little bit worried if it is like, but they already do it in France. Yes, but I think it is needed to be done everywhere, and it needs to be something that we work with in many places. So that is my reflection, that I think that it is needed, and now I'm just looking for my field of manufacturing and research, but I hear the same from other areas. So that is my reflection.
Thank you, Kristina.
We need this sort of large-scale infrastructure.
Good sign. Arne, you got some comments there from Tommy about the food industry and the need for research.
Yes, and before reflecting on that, I would just make a little reflection over why the food industry would need such an advanced instrument as MAX IV, for example. And we could start with a simple lingonberry. A lingonberry consists of thousands of different substances. When we make experimental studies, we can see with existing analyzing models, we can see that
you know what a lingonberry is, Helmut? Okay,
yes.
Yeah.
We can see that with existing analyzing models, two lingonberries that are exactly the same have totally different interactions with the human metabolism. Being able to see this in 3D on the molecular level, to see what is actually the difference, can give us a lot of knowledge that we can probably use to find the right growing solutions, to find the right picking time, whatever it is. Another example, take an apple, eat a whole apple and see what happens in your body. Crush the apple and something completely different will happen in your body. How can we sort of find out more about what different processing methods actually do? And here a 3D molecular level imaging could be totally fantastic for making new products that are actually healthy for us. To reflect over Tommy's question before, I think what we need ambassadorship towards the food industry. It could very well be Anna and her colleagues doing that. Ambassadorship, mediating, you get a lot of jobs, a lot of work here. Okay, very good. Another thing, very simple, is that we need the good examples. Show what you can do, show what we can do. A third thing we need is long-term mutual projects. I mean, research projects with engagement from both the industry and academia, getting them together, which will not only mean that a more efficient use of facilities, but also create a lot of new opportunities, I would say. I was also going to say something. Yes, another thing, maybe the most important one.
This will be the final comment of the panel, so no pressure.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
No, no, but we have to make it worthwhile for the companies. And this should be an interest for society, because if you look at the enormous costs that are amounts of money that are actually spent today on things that we can easily prevent. And another thing, and that is a dream actually. Public meals today in Europe, they stand for 82 billion euros a year. 82 billion. That's meals in hospitals, in kindergartens, in school, and so on. What if we could allocate 10% of that into procurement of things that actually work, of food that actually works, that has specific effects against, for example, obesity, prediabetes, and whatever conditions we want to. Then we could talk business.
Okay, a very long-term visionary perspective. Some more people, please remember who you are. Now it is time for lunch, and I've promised to keep the time schedule, but I've seen the both of you. And I would like to thank the panel. I think we should give them a warm applause. Please be seated before we break. I would like to tell you, we now have 1.5 hours. And that's not 1.5 hour lunch and mingling. You go out, you get your lunch, have a little snack out there, eat, and then you come in here sort of with your coffee cup, because now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for group work. I grew up in the 70s and we had group work all the time in the school. All the ambitious girls with all the lazy boys. It was fantastic. So, the team leaders, you know who you are? Yes. And you have questions at each table that you're going to work through. And for those of you who are joining us digitally, the questions can be found on the webpage of the event. And you're most welcome to share your thoughts, send in your answers to the office for ESS and MAX IV at emk@vr.se, emk@vr.se. Team leaders, hands up again. Straight arms, show your leadership. Perfect, then we will know. Thank you very much. Have good lunch. Tack, Kristina. tack, jättebra, jättebra. Ja.
Där förstör man.
Så du kan vänta där så du kommer precis. Du kommer få en mick. Du har en mikrofon, va? Ah, perfect. So, ladies and gentlemen, Tutti. Okay, the signal has gone. Excellent discussions from what I'm hearing, the buzz around the tables, perfect. We are going to continue to discuss how to benefit from the facilities, but we just have 2 short, quick information points. First of that is Pia Kinnhult, who will talk about Spirit Teknikparksfunktionen. Welcome up, Pia.
Aren't you even interviewing me?
No,
I'm
okay. I will give you a question. What is Spirit, and what are you doing?
Okay,
great question.
That was the hardest question of them all.
Yeah.
Spirit is the former Teknikparksfunktionen that I think very many have heard about. That was an assignment made from the government to Vinnova as part of the ESS MAX IV strategy, the national strategy, to try then to find a way of how to create or how to, what do you say, make a better ecosystem to actually get industrial access to these investments in ESS and MAX IV. You could say the answer on the question that we have discussed all morning. We then, after a lot of different ways of working within Vinnova, etc., it ended up with that URFI, that is the Universities Network for Infrastructure, took on the assignment to actually for 1 year try and give an answer on this. So we renamed it, and I've been appointed a project leader for this by URFI, but URFI have the assignment from Vinnova. We started with actually renaming it to Spirit, and if you ask what that stands for, it's the Swedish Platform for Industry, Research and Innovation and Technology. So that is what it stands for. We are to try and then answer the question, how do we do this? I think we may look at how to connect the dots. They have decided to also involve in the project 7 nodes. So we have divided Sweden into 7 nodes, but we also have to have a national approach to all this. So both national, united, but then also talking to the different parts of Sweden. We have had 1 year. We started in June, we will end in June next year. We are then 7 in the steering committee, we are 7 in the working group, and we will then hopefully perform and represent a plan and the consortia in June next year. Don't ask me how.
But so if you ultimately succeed, what will that plan contain?
The answer on the question that we have discussed all morning. We will probably not be able to answer that. What we have to do is to also connect the already working dots in Sweden. There are a lot of things already working. We shall not reinvent the wheel here. We need to map and see what is actually there already. Then try to fill in the gaps if there are any gaps. We also need to have a very tight dialogue with the other projects like CESAM, like Big Science Sweden, etc., to see where are the synergies, who is answering what question, etc. You could say that intelligence is not linear, but Sweden as an engineering country is very linear, and we need to try and meet this. So establish a plan, try to coordinate, find the right actors and stakeholders in the system. Try also to get the problem owners, that is industry, I would say the ones that knows the techniques best, the universities, and then the facilities as very excellent suppliers in the system to meet and see how we can make this even more and even better.
Excellent. And will you be able to, in Tom Eriksson language, he's not here anymore, be able to say who shall do what, when, with what budget?
That is what we are trying to do right now within the working group, and with also in dialogue, of course, with the steering group. It's not really that easy when it comes down to the daily way of doing this, but that's our ambition. We try to do that.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank
Pia,
you.
a warm applause and good luck with your work. And then we have Marjolaine Tunisen, who is from MAX IV, and she will tell us a little bit about Prisma. What is that?
Yeah, so Prismas is a co-fund program that we just got funded. In fact, the EU signed the contract just on Monday, so it's really, really fresh. And Prismas is really a project where we will have 40 PhD students at 9 different Swedish universities working on X-ray-based research. And the central bit here is a secondment at MAX IV. So the central bit is MAX IV. And we at MAX IV have really taken the initiative to do this and to actively base it on the Swedish universities. Not at MAX IV, but at the Swedish universities, to really make this link, the whole chain from the research to us, to beyond, possible. Of course, this is an EU network, and we are very, very grateful, and we think this is really, really important. But we also have seen that there are things that are not really tailored to the Swedish landscape. So I have a little bit of a but. For example, in the first discussions that we had, we really wanted to have 15 universities with us, but we could only have 9. The other thing that we have is because it's a co-fund, for younger PIs, it's relatively difficult to find the co-funding. So we also need to look at a national level to really make these kind of initiatives possible. I also would say that if you really, really want the most out of the investment that is done into the infrastructures, you have to look at the whole chain. It's not enough to just put money in the infrastructure itself. You have to start with the research and then the gateway environments and the facilities afterwards. The financing needs to go through the whole chain to really, really make the most of the infrastructures itself.
Excellent. Thank you very much and good luck with your initiative, Marjolaine. Thank you. Okay, as we say in Swedish, nästa man till rakning, and now it's just 3 men, so it's very appropriate. Sorry about that. Not translatable. So let's talk about how we create golden eggs out of these facilities. I would like to call up the next panel. They're sitting conveniently, all of them next to each other. So I'll look sternly at you guys. Mattias Marklund, Secretary General of the Scientific Council for Natural and Engineering Sciences of the Swedish Research Council. Welcome up, Mattias. Jonas Weissenrieder, Chair of FASM, the users of MAX IV, and Professor at KTH Royal Institute of Technology. And Martin Salberg, Director of Swedness and Professor at Uppsala University. I'd like to begin with you, Jonas. We've talked very little about the sciences that are going to be done here. What type of discoveries could come out of these facilities that really excite us and mean something to us?
I think there are plenty of examples of what can come out, but in the Swedish tradition we have always been very good in spectroscopy. So this is also, if you look at the portfolio of techniques available at MAX IV, it's a very spectroscopy heavy synchrotron. So in that field I think there can be discoveries made, for instance, that are relevant for the transition of the chemical industry in Europe, that we need to go from fossil fuels or fossil resources into sustainable resources. And then in situ or under operando spectroscopy will be crucial in understanding what new catalysts and other development needed for fulfilling that transition. So that is one thing. And then also we have, if I can, you cut me off when I should be.
You think I'm a really brutal moderator, don't you, please?
Then we also have the problem with the energy consumption of IT resources. So for instance, if you would extrapolate the amount of electricity consumed by IT resources to 2030, it will be something like 20% of the global electricity production. And that is, of course,
huge,
not going to happen because it will not be feasible. But so we need to transition into new logical components that can do these calculations in a more energy efficient way. And one way of doing that is to building these components on new materials that harness the properties of quantum mechanics, for instance, coherence in the problem. And there we also have very good beamlines dedicated for this at MAX IV, for instance, the block beamlines and Softimax and others, Veritas. So I think in the spectroscopy domain, we have a lot to learn from using MAX IV. Then, of course, you have other kind of questions. For instance, in the energy material domain, you can look into photovoltaics, batteries, and there the combination of what you can do at ESS and MAX IV is already evident, that you can use these two facilities to get complementary results, since you have different sensitivities for different elements and properties.
To create this scientific excellence breakthroughs, we talked about supraconductors too, and you and I discussed beforehand. How important will that be in terms of attracting really the best scientists? That's a very leading question. The simple question, but anyhow, I'm going to give you a simple question.
Yeah, I think it's very important that all the best scientists want to use the best tools. And MAX IV and ESS, they are among the best tools.
But also be in an environment where other clever people...
And that is maybe where we're lacking a little bit, because you need to fund, as Marie-Hélène just said, and I think that others said, you need to fund the entire chain from the university group, if we're now talking about fundamental sciences, all the way to the infrastructures. And even just to get beam time at MAX IV, you need to have preliminary results. So this means that you need to have your own lab at your university. This lab is now rarely funded at all, actually. There are no ways to get funds for a home lab, more or less. So there are also there need to be some focus on the university, the local labs at the university. Because the oversubscription of beam lines at MAX IV, it's around between 2 to 4 times, perhaps. It could be even up to 8 times at some point. But if it is 8 times, then people will just drop out of competition. So but you need to be in the top half at least.
Excellent. What are your comments about this funding the whole chain, and that you need to be able to come with results, meaning you need to have some kind of pre-lab, so to say. What are your thoughts on that?
Yes, it's absolutely true. This is one of the problematic aspects of Swedish research funding today. That
can you hear him well?
I think now you can hear
your
me.
mic is getting
tied
up in your beard.
Oh, shaving. You
talk about shaving. No. Yeah, you didn't listen. This is what happens. Sorry.
Okay, good. So, okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Fine. So there is a problem in this chain of funding, that the university has a responsibility nowadays to fund smaller scale infrastructure. That is often a stepping stone for using larger scale infrastructure. And it's the same if you're talking about computational resources, or if you're talking about accelerator resources or similar. There is of course an ongoing discussion of how to solve this, but there's no clear path how to do this. There's also
what solutions are there? How many different, and what are they?
Well, of course, one of them is to put demands on the universities that they should actually have pool up resources for doing this. But the universities have, each university has their own agenda. And in order for them to see a way forward in pooling resources, there needs to be some benefits for them in this. So there needs to be some kind of maybe financial gains in doing that. There are also aspects of funding which touches upon the fact that funding of research infrastructure is a long-term effort. Funding of research is, in relative terms, a short-term effort in today's society. So bridging this gap between the long-term funding of research infrastructure and the funding of research itself that will be conducted on this research infrastructure is something that needs to be discussed as well. And it needs to be discussed among infrastructure and universities and funders.
But now you say it needs to be discussed. This is the forum here to
Yes,
discuss it.
yes.
So what, if you were king of the world here, what would you do?
Well, that would be horrible, I guess. But
you would have to shave?
Yeah, yes.
I'm sorry.
So, no, I think so we need, if in the perspective of the Research Council, I would say that I would suggest that we put in intermediate funding schemes that actually look something similar to what we used to have called rambidrag, which was actually then longer term funding schemes for working, say, on fusion research or similar type of research problems that requires this kind of long-term efforts. And that would also make it possible for us perhaps to shift a bit of the problems regarding, say, this in-kind deliveries that we have had, because that would be encompassed in this kind of funding structure.
Is it a good idea? Hands up. Mer rambidrag?
I said similar to.
Similar to. Okay, you're getting one hand, two hands. Come on, a little bit wobbly. Give the man a break.
I see. I saw Sven's hand. That's very encouraging.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So, of course, a very important thing talking about this, the usage, is also the existence of scientists who can use it. And Swedness is such an attempt at educating a new generation of users. Tell us about Swedness.
Yes. So Swedness is the Swedish research school in neutron scattering, which was I think we really should compliment SSF, because this was a rather bold move to put more than 200 million Swedish crowns in funding this research school, and we are now past the halfway point. The first students.
Where did the money come from?
From the SSF.
SSF. Well done, SSF. I think applause. Great initiative.
Yes, and the first generation of students have now, most of them have defended their PhDs, and some of them have received additional grants from SSF to go abroad 2 years and then come back to Sweden for a third year and really contribute to the Swedish system. And I think this is a really, really great initiative and something that needs to be done on a much longer term. It needs to be continuous, and this is what we are working for right now, to get Swedness into something permanent. And also we would like to include all Swedish universities, open it up to a broader set of topics.
So you have been at what universities so far? Uppsala, of course?
Uppsala, Lund, Chalmers, Linköping, Stockholm University and KTH are included. And of course we want to also include the X-ray sciences in this. But to really have a Swedish joint research school that can bring up the next generation of users of both facilities, I think is highly important. Another thing that we have done within Sweden is to collaborate with our Nordic partners under the NNSP, or Nordic Neutron Science Program. And I think that has been very good, because Sweden and the Swedish community is not big enough. But together with our Nordic neighbors, we can really make a difference. And I think it has been, well, it's not for me to say, but I think it has been rather successful.
As the director. And completely objective.
Yes.
Okay. So we had a talk about this the other evening. A couple of points which I hadn't thought about, which was interesting. When you plan these programs, you said you need to think about the long-term career of these people. Why is that important?
Well, I think that the people who graduate from this kind of program, I mean, they are not the one-trick person. And we have identified at least 3 main career paths. So we have the typical academic career, but then we have the people who go out into Swedish industry, and work on R&D for them. And the third ones are these people who go either to institutes or to the facilities. And both these, the last ones are examples of this non-traditional career path. And that's something that has not been recognized enough in the Swedish funding scheme, that these people need support, because they are so important for us academics as well, that we have these people around, and that we also get highly competent people out in the industries. And once again, I have to turn to SSF, because you have this funding scheme for people with alternative career paths. I think it's great, but it has to be done more, and other funders also need to acknowledge this fact, and it's one of these legs that will make the facilities really bloom if we have the broad range of competences all over the Swedish ecosystem.
Yeah, and it was interesting because you described to me, I thought the only applicants were physicists, but no. They are mathematicians, biologists, chemists.
Yes.
Why is that valuable?
Well, it's valuable. Of course, it's valuable. I mean,
yeah,
we don't only want to cater physics here, but
especially. So why is it valuable to have somebody like you, a chemist, who knows about neutrons?
Yes. As we all know, chemistry is in the middle of all the sciences. Because on one side we have, no, but we have the mathematicians and the physics people, and then we have biology and more soft sciences. And I think it's important to have people also in the middle. And
you said something very interesting, but you make it sound like a political party. And that's, but you said something interesting when we talked. You said that physicists and chemists will approach material science with a different instinct. What do you mean by that? Because that was interesting.
Yeah, well, I mean, chemists typically, we try to develop sort of a feeling for elements and for how things work. And if you ask a chemist, how does this molecule work? You sense it a little bit.
Yeah.
Whereas in some sense, physics are a little bit more. They like the tables and they calculate the properties. But
this is a hard one. Is he right? But what you are saying is that different glasses will bring different perspective on this. So, yes. Yeah, and it's valuable to get more people who know about neutron scattering than just the physicists.
I mean, these facilities are not built for physicists. If you look at the scientific scope of ESS, it's so much broader than physics. And
Jonas, comment on this?
Yeah, I think it's true. You have great opportunities in life science and chemistry. Of course, you can you have these advantages with neutrons that are unique, of course.
Do you agree with the fact that chemists have this great gut feeling, whereas physicists are a bit more box brain?
I'm a physicist.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking you.
So I can, maybe I can agree that chemists are more emotional, but we're more rational. If that was what he wanted to say. No, but of course there are different approaches, but in the sense that most of the science we do is in the intersection between the traditional disciplines. So I don't consider myself to be a pure physicist. I am somewhere in between physics and chemistry.
You're in the actual middle.
Actual middle.
Yeah. Okay. So what do you think about this thing with different branches of science, different disciplines coming in and having a look and having a deeper understanding?
I think it's a necessity because if you look on history, on sort of the great breakthroughs that has been made in scientific terms have often been in the interface between different fields. So the fact that we have some kind of definition what chemistry is and what physics is rather artificial in some sense. If we have an arena where people can meet and discuss these kind of scientific tools that these ESS and MAX IV constitutes for different purposes, I mean, it's almost unthinkable that no new knowledge would come of this. I mean, it is almost like a law of nature. So I think that's the main reason to have a diverse landscape of users, because we can expect much more from the resources that we have.
Helmut, I think it would be interesting to get your comment. You have 40 neutron scatter specialists coming out now out of Sweden. That must be really great news for you. Absolutely. Yeah, but say something about that.
No, I think I come back to what I said this morning, because you say Sweden is poorly prepared. I think not even breaking it down into proportion of population, no other nation in Europe at the moment has such an important program, right, as the one that has been started here. And I have to say, when I still was outside Sweden, I looked with envy towards Sweden, that they were capable of setting up such also foresighted approach, because it's a long-term investment and it's not just limited. And we had this discussion before. PhD programs is one thing. If then the PhDs go completely into other business, right? That's great if they become bankers, and but then they are lost in a strategic point. So you have to follow up with postdoc programs, and this we have discussed for a very long time, that this link to the industry is best done actually by ambassadors in both directions. And our experience is, once somebody has learned how to do X-rays or neutrons or whatever, goes into a company, they bring the company back to the facility. So I think it's absolutely great. It just has to be made sure, and I think Charlie has said that when we had the Royal Academy of Science at the ESS, the timing has to be right? And we have to make sure that we don't, for example, when the ESS is pushed out by 2 years, that we don't lose those people. Because it's really strategic. And I really would like to thank everybody involved here that they have done that, and it's a great precondition, and that you take care of all our disciplines, from physics to archaeology, is also naturally highly appreciated. So,
did you have any archaeologists in your course?
I mean, not within Swednes, but of course we are working also with the humanities in a broader sense.
Excellent. We had 2 comments, Matthias.
Oh, yeah, I'd like to comment on this, the importance of what we talked about here, the creation of new PhDs within this field. And we're trying to build a neutron community in Sweden that is growing, and it should be growing, because we want more users to the ESS. And we can see that there is, and academia has noticed this over a long period of time, that we have a big risk of losing these very competent people and the knowledge they carry, by the fact that we have some new migration laws and migration policies in Sweden, and this has affected the sort of the scientific community quite adversely, and especially in the light of if you look on the demographics of PhD students, we see that the number of sort of PhD students with Swedish nationality has gone down in STEM research over the last 10 years quite a lot. So we have compensated by having PhD students coming from abroad, and if they can't stay because of legalities or something like that, we have deep problems in providing resources in terms of human resources then to these facilities. And I think this is something that needs to be taken seriously.
But am I mistaken in remembering that the government promised to look into this in the governmental declaration?
Yes.
Am I right in that? Yeah.
Yes, they promised to look
into
this.
But that's not job done, of course.
No.
That is just another
utredning. Yes, exactly. Yeah. So we're hoping, of course, that this will be improved, because it will affect facilities like ESS and MAX IV.
Yeah.
I mean, it had a very practical effect on Swednes, because we had several of our PhD students who defended their thesis, who now cannot go abroad to a facility and do a postdoc and return to Sweden, because if they go abroad, they'll lose their residency.
Yeah. So how are you?
So they had to just say no.
That is tragic. So how are you now driving advocacy? You have the Minister of Research coming here later on. What will you say to him?
I will say exactly what I said here.
You have to be quick, because he comes and then he goes. So
yes,
make sure you grab him.
I will tackle him.
You will tackle him. Excellent.
Maybe it's not a Swedish issue alone, right? I mean,
yes,
you may know that due to Brexit, We have that with the UK. Somebody who does a 6-month stay in the UK and then comes to Europe, they may lose their visa and things like that. So this is a broad issue, right?
Yeah, Exfel. Robert, we need a microphone going to you. Here.
Maybe just one comment from Exfel's side. I mean, it's if I look at Sweden, Sweden has been exceptionally successful in at European Exfel. And what is the reason? And I think it's not only because of educating PhD students. You need to attract high-level professors at the professor level. And I think that's something that one needs to do, but it has to be done in collaboration with the university leadership. And if you really want to push neutron scattering, you need to have professors at the universities. It's not enough with PhD students.
Excellent. How many neutron professors do we have in Sweden?
We have 2 professors in neutron scattering in Uppsala, but I'm not a professor in neutron scattering. But there are, in terms of advanced uses, there are significantly more.
Yeah. Do we know that figure?
A few hundred, according to the Swedish Neutron Scattering Society.
Professors?
Not professors, but scientists.
Yeah. But not professors, because that would be...
The professors are not the key persons in what we are talking about.
But the professors are
the professors are the key persons. You need a handful or a dozen or 20, but that's the amount. But they really have to be at a very high level, attracting funding, building up research program, building up a research profile. These are the people that drives it.
Does it have to be either the professors or the student? Isn't it a sort of iterative dance between the two? Yeah, please. You need a microphone most of all.
I agree to you, sir. But I add to that, we need all categories and more in each.
Yeah, Helmut, you promised me you wouldn't speak after lunch, but I said, please do speak. It's nice when you speak.
No, because I think this is going. We had this discussion about chemistry and physics. I don't know whether it works.
Yeah, it's working.
And the landscape has changed, right, over the last 50 years. And I think what we're just discussing here, we really need both. I think we need a couple of professors that drive the technique. And we had this discussion this morning for accelerators, for example. But that's what we would call the neutron. But what is even more important, because we have this diversity, and it's on your paper, right? And I see the diversity more in terms of fields that we deal with. They will not be the die-hard neutron professors. But what is important is that they know that there is the synchrotrons out there in the same sense as they know there is NMR out there, there is electron microscopy, and it's part of their portfolio, and they have in their group this know-how. They keep it alive, they know how to treat data, they know they have the network of the theorists they have to talk to, for example, go to the quantum material front that we have talked. So they have to keep the ecosystem alive, and it's a very complicated job, because we're living in a very complicated research environment, right? In the 70s, you might say, I am a neutron scientist, I do quantum magnetism, and that's my job, and the two go like that. And this is the past. It's a lot more complicated, and I agree with everybody. We need a couple of those die-hard professors that push with their institutes the technique, and then a very broad ecosystem of people that use the technique. Sorry.
No, excellent.
Now I shut
up. No, I like when you speak, so please. Then can I ask then a very sensitive question? We talked about Henrik Ibsen and how he had subtexts, and I felt in your, Robert, comment about the Swedish university system, you felt and then you responded to that. We have much more of independent universities who are silos. KTH, is it a problem that this is in Lund in terms of KTH finding it interesting to fund pre-labs to Max Lab, for instance? Or do you want to be a feeder to something in Lund? I mean, if you put it bluntly.
Of course, it doesn't. To be honest, I don't think it helps. But I don't think it's not. It's not because on a political level, everyone always want to build close to yourself. But I don't think it matters that much. We already have, like from KTH, we have, for instance, the Wallenberg Wood Science Center that are building this 4 MAX beam line through tree search. It shows that it's possible to do it from KTH. But there are, of course, always competitive agendas in any organization. So you have to build a good case for why you should do it at MAX IV. And MAX IV has the advantage of being something that has grown from below during hundreds of years. Because it all started with spectroscopy in Uppsala, I would say the most important part for spectroscopy in Sweden, where several Nobel Prizes came. And this is the foundation for why Max Lab was once built and became successful. And then the universities, it wasn't Lund that was driving this. They were doing the Mikael Eriksson, he was, for instance, he got his PhD from KTH. And then he went to and did the design for the synchrotron in Lund. And then Uppsala had several beamlines funded from Uppsala at the old MAX II synchrotron. Without those contributions, there would not have been a MAX IV. So it is an effort from the entire scientific society of Sweden that has resulted in this.
Exactly,
MAX IV.
Which is a much more constructive way of thinking.
Exactly, and this is a strength of MAX IV, that it comes from an already established scientific society and with the strength. But of course, you need to take care of those flowers that are. So you need to spend a little bit money on also that community that is working, because it will not work indefinitely without funding.
Yeah, I think on a neutron perspective, I mean, when you're working with neutron scattering, it's an inherently international community. We go to a number of different sources, different instruments, depending on the experiment that needs to be done and the particular properties of that instrument. And I think, I mean, as it is now, we have no neutron source in Sweden. We used to have one, but now we have none. And we're very used to traveling. And even when ESS is fully operational, we will still continue traveling, because sometimes you want a reactor source, and sometimes you want a short pulse, and sometimes you go to ESS when you want a long pulse. And we all acknowledge this, and I think it's also important that the Science Council acknowledges this and realize that just because ESS is built, we can't stop buying into the other facilities or paying the fee to ILL, as long as that's running for at least. We have to realize that there are many sources, they cater different groups, different experiments, and ESS is not the solution to all neutron problems in Sweden.
I'd just like to fill out that I don't think that it's sad to if we view the placement of ESS and MAX IV as part of some kind of zero-sum game, because it's not. Of course, it's a big advantage for Lund to have the facilities there, but it's a big advantage for Swedish research to have something in Sweden. So I think it's sort of a bit of a wrong perspective to view it in that way.
So how do we break that? Because it is, man can be very tribal. This is instinctive in our nature, together with other qualities also. We also have a broader perspective in us. So how can funding and incentives be created to make us broader in perspective and look at the whole?
Oh, I think to start with, I think as been pointed out here, the research that's been done in particular in STEM, the STEM field, is that it's international by nature. I think this tribe kind of feeling is it's very weak within that community.
It's a tribe in itself.
Yeah, yes, of course. It's an international tribe in that sense. But I think within, I don't have the feeling that there is a strong competition between Swedish universities concerning the fact that we have these facilities in Lund. It's not something that instills anger or anything like that.
Is he right? Who agrees with him?
Yay!
2 voices, 3, 4.
No, yeah. But of course, you can always find people that are sad that they didn't get MAX IV, but they can't argue that MAX IV hasn't contributed to Swedish science. I mean, it's
fair enough.
I think Lars has a question.
Yeah.
Comment.
Lars, will you get the microphone? And we have our Icelandic friend in the orange. Sorry, your name again?
Björgvin.
Björgvin. Okay, Lars and then Björgvin.
Yeah, I think it's very important that we make the best use for our different universities of these facilities, of course. And we have taken, at Chalmers, we do have the advantage to have a foundation that can put some money. So we have set aside some funding, long-term funding for interaction with MAX IV and ESS. And what we do in that case is actually that we look upon our own research, important research areas, and how MAX IV can contribute to that. And if there is, for example, a need of a specific sample environment, or it's a detector or something like that, then we put money into that and actually buy that and put it at MAX IV for everyone to use. But we also put a postdoc or something like that who is responsible and make the interaction with us. And that can be in specific areas, like we have a catalysis center, for instance, that has that kind of connection, and having soft matter and having imaging and so on. So that's the way that we find a way that we actually fund parts of MAX IV development because of our own interests. So that's, I think it's a good way to enhance that and use that, and I think that could be a stimulus for others as well to think in that way. So.
But that requires a change of perspective then, rather than seeing that funding as a sort of feeder funding for the facilities in Lund. You are seeing those facilities as serving your interests, which is that, Jonas, a clever way of doing it?
Yeah, I think it's a really good way if you can get funding behind a certain identified research area that is a strength of your university, then I think this is the way to go.
I think the success of these facilities is strongly depending on a mutual dependence with the universities in the rest of the country. As long as you have that, you're going to have the scientific community backing up and using the facilities. That is the fundament. Now, you could kill that by, for example, having extremely successful nanolab, for example, between ESS and Max Lab. Because if that is going to become too successful, and that is going to be then basically a local activity, the production of things and the analysis, etc., that would then make the connection to the rest of the country marginal in the end. And that could be quite devastating for the success of the facilities and the country.
Okay, but can I challenge that? Because there has been scientists who said that one of the reasons that Europe has been successful was that we have institutional competition between many different countries, different governance systems, different scientific systems, different ways of waging war, etc., etc. If you look at medieval Italy, lots of small city-states competing with one. It's good with competition. It makes you sharper. Do we need to collaborate around everything? I'm throwing it out there. Okay, Helmut. Welcome.
Important, and we have some experience with that, as you know, at the ESRF ILL site. Yes, great. I would not want to have lived when the Ghibellines and the Guelphs were fighting in Florence against each other because left a lot of blood on the ground. But when we set off the partnership of structural biology in Nassau, we in Grenoble, we did that to enable soft matter science. But it was very clear we did not want to become a recognized worldwide soft matter center. We wanted to enable, because we did not want to enter in competition with specific universities, because this ecosystem is extremely valuable for us. And I think it's a tight walk. That does not mean that Lund cannot become a absolute soft matter or structural biology or whatever hub. But then it's driven by the Lund University or somebody like there, and then it's open competition with the guys from Uppsala and Stockholm and so on. But as providers for the whole ecosystem, we have to be careful that we.
It's a good distinction.
Right? So I think it's a little bit delicate, and that's I think what Bergvin wanted to tell us.
Yeah, excellent. So it's a very good point, distinguishing between the facility and the actual research being done and where it's held. Peter, you have a comment. We need a quick microphone running back. Thank you.
Have to train today. Thank you. I mean, we concentrate on ESS and MAX IV today, but in a way that's wrong. I mean,
this is the name of the summit, ESS MAX IV.
Yeah, I know that. So you could have had another name, because what is really in the center is the research as such that is done at MAX IV and ESS. So that is really, and I think that you have to realize as well that MAX IV and ESS are very different. MAX IV has obviously been built bottom up. It has been successful because it could provide what large groups of Swedish researchers needed and wanted. And as was mentioned, through a very ingenious person, Michael Eriksson, that could provide something that was more or less unique. And the only way for MAX IV to continue to have that role is being very in the forefront and providing what Swedish researchers primarily, but also researchers from outside Sweden really need and want. ESS is not at all a bottom-up process, at least not in Sweden. In Sweden, ESS is a top-down project. You could say that ESS perhaps is a bottom-up if you look at the European research community. But in Sweden, there was no demand, more or less, for ESS. It was on the European level or perhaps even global level. And that is why the two facilities are so different. I think that I represent MAX IV here as chair of the board, and I think that the only reason for MAX IV is that we can be competitive and provide what Swedish researchers need and want. Not all of them. I think that it's excellent that many research groups in Sweden turn to other facilities that could offer them what they want. So I think that you have to see this in the longer time perspective, and that bottom up, at least for MAX IV, is the absolute prerequisite in the long run. ESS, in a way, has the same situation, but not quite, because it is a top-down, it is a European project, and Swedish research is, of course, important, but not as important as it is for MAX IV.
Okay, thanks for that point. We have a few minutes left, and I think the panel, I would like to go through and just ask you three simple questions. What do we need to do to continue doing? What do we need to stop doing? And what do we need to do more of to make this a success?
Well, I can start.
More chemists?
Yeah. What we need to continue doing is to educate lots of PhD students in the areas that can exploit these facilities. It is being done, but it needs to be something that needs to be permanent.
More?
What we need to stop doing is to have this. It's not a conflict, but at least distinction between X-ray and neutrons. All the neutron scientists in the world also use X-rays. It's not the other way around, which is okay. But we need to treat this as one area and work together. And what we need to do more is that we have to realize that to get the industry to come, we have to educate on a lower level. So we need to get all the universities in the undergraduate level to teach the Masters of Engineering, and that's a long ball. We can play that game for 10 years, but if we do that, then we will have 10,000 engineers out in the Swedish companies that actually know about these facilities. They may not be experts, but at least they have the competence enough to know that I have this problem, I remember this strange professor at university, I will reach out and see if they can help.
Excellent.
And if we do these three things, I think we will be better off in 5 years than what we are now.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Excellent. Thank you for that. Jonas, continue, stop more.
I think we need to, at least with the perspective of MAX IV, which we need to continue to make MAX IV a special place for Swedish scientists, so that it stands out, because so that we allow Swedish researchers to do things at MAX IV that you cannot do anywhere else. So that's something we should continue with and even do more of, actually.
That's more also. So you only have stop left then?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, what should we stop? Yeah, we shouldn't. I'm not sure that this before I would say this is so pretty obvious that we should look for scientific, like new instruments that really have a large Swedish user base. We shouldn't fund anything that doesn't have a large Swedish user base for a new beamliner at MAX IV.
Great, thank you.
I don't want to say anything more.
Matthias?
Well, I think, but I pointed at this already, I think we should stop viewing these kind of efforts as zero-sum games, because I don't think they are. I think it's a wrong perspective of this. What we need to do more of, I think we need to have more of the strategic future vision, not just among us funders, but among universities and research as well, to look further into the future. Yeah. And this will affect sort of what we do at the next stage. And I don't, then when I talk about future, I mean like what do we want to do in 50 years?
So tell me, what can this be in 50 years' time?
Well, you know, this is not my research field, so I'm not the expert.
But I'm asking you to think aloud.
Well, then we say more funding.
Yeah, but no, that's the tool or means to get there. But what would this be?
I think I don't really think that I am the right person to actually go in that direction. I think the community that uses these facilities are the best ones to do that. So I think I lead that for them. So,
does any one of you have an image of, in your case ESS, in your case MAX IV? What can this be in 30 years' time?
I don't think that anyone has that image. I hope that we're open enough so that we can adjust where we're going after what has been discovered during this 30 years. So, but of course, there will be plenty of the good thing coming out of this for sure. In the meanwhile.
Okay, we have time for 2 questions. The gentleman in the blue jacket first.
Sven Stavström, I am a physicist, I guess, these days. But we heard from Denmark, from Robert, that the Danish users community is well organized. You have Skat. So is that something to think about? Is that a weakness in the Swedish system right now, that it's less organized? And why not organize it then and follow the Danish example? Is that possible?
I think it is a weakness that we're not as organized that we should be better organized.
Well, what are you talking, like a trade union, or I mean, when you mean
not
organized?
Really, that we
yeah, like a physicists physicist organization kind of thing.
I would say basically large scale scientists using these techniques. We in Sweden don't have a very strong. We have our user, the user organization is only for MAX IV, the one that I'm representing, but we have a quite weak organization for all synchrotron users. So
you have SNSS.
Yes. I know.
So there are organizations,
but it could be
quite weak. So
when you say it's weak, is it wobbly people in it, or is it the organizational framework that is weak? What's the weakness?
I think it just needs more effort.
More effort.
Organizing it.
Yeah.
I think the SNSS has actually been rather successful. I mean, there are on the order of 200-ish active neutron users in Sweden, and given that there is only 200 people, I think we have been highly successful in both attracting ESS to Sweden and policies around it. And neutron users, like I said, we also use X-rays, and we will continue to do that. And we welcome very much a joint initiative in this area. But so far, both SNSS and SSU, we are non-funded organizations where we put in our spare time to do this, and Danskat is not. So back to you. We will be happy to take the ball if there is means for us to do so.
Okay. I get a thought in my head. So when I have been living outside of Sweden for a very long time, and brought my children to the UK, and when we came back to Sweden in the summer, they said, like, who is kommunen? And they were, so how do you mean? Because whenever we ask if something should be done, everyone says it's kommunen. So it's like a big Father Christmas. So what are we waiting for here? Is it funding or people, or? It's not kommunen, obviously, in this case.
Yeah,
no.
Sure.
So who should take the lead here? Who is a good champion? Is it the scientists themselves, people like you, being able to spend more time on it?
I think in terms of educating the next generation of users, it is something that the universities and the scientists have to do. It's something that we want to do, and I would say that if we get the possibility to do so and the mandate from the community, Swednes is one organization that would be happy to do this on a longer term perspective.
To take the lead, yeah, exactly. Yeah, because I know also, of course, in your regular jobs, you have a full-on time with the science and applications and everything that you have to do, of course. We had one final question.
It's not so much a question as a kind of thought. One of the things that I think that research is having much more of nowadays than it did in the 70s is this interdisciplinary approach to science. And the facilities are a really, really good point for this interdisciplinarity. We have that baked in us. So part of the vision forward is really exploiting that interdisciplinarity that we actually can provide. And I think this is part of the vision that we should have.
Excellent. And I also think that we have gotten some examples of that here. I would like to thank a fantastic panel. Thank you very much. Tack. And wonderful coffee time now again. We are in Sweden. I will meet you again in 15 minutes. Du Charlie, om du... Helmut, gå gärna upp. Du är lika välkommen och det är din dag också. Så om du vill säga något så är du välkommen. Ja, men bara så att du vet det. Ja. Ja. Okej. Jag kan inte busvissla. Kan vi få en busvissling från Tutti? Perfekt. Nej, nej, precis. Okay, guys. Life sciences and material sciences are two, of course, key beneficiaries of both ESS and MAX IV. We are going to explore what needs to be done to explore the benefits fully. Have a great panel. Olle Eriksson, professor of physics from Uppsala and co-director of WISE. Welcome. We give him an applause. Jenny Nordborg, who is National Coordinator of Life Sciences. Please be seated here. Welcome. And before we get started, we have my friend from AstraZeneca, Anna, who, please come, because you had something to say, and you are hidden in the dark. Come forward. Step forward. Please, come up on stage. You had an important comment to make.
No, I just want to comment. I'm pharmaceutical industry. AstraZeneca came up quite a few times in the previous part of the day, and it is true. We are a very advanced user, especially of MAX IV, but we are in a catch-up phase, I would say, when it comes to neutrons, as many others in industry. So there we are newbies as well. So, of course, it's very important the type of infrastructure you put in place. And I just want to comment that there were some comments about differences in types of industry as well. And it was mentioned that we design molecules. And that's just a tiny, tiny, tiny piece of what we do in our R&D. It's across the board. One thing that does differentiate us is that we invest more than a quarter of our revenue in R&D. We have like 600 PhD in Gothenburg and about 30 professors. So it's quite research intensive. So we can be a very advanced user, and we can have direct contact to the infrastructure. And of course, that's more challenging to the small and medium-sized companies. And the message I have when it comes to how can the infrastructure and academia interact with the newcomers, also in the life science industry, because we are an advanced and multitude user, but our colleagues in the industry are not. And of course, we can go to intermediaries like Anna and Björn are representing, and consultancies, etc. But one can also use the fact that we have initiatives, and I think research is kind of an example of that, but also, I mean, if you have like competence centers or other larger collaborative efforts, consortia already working together, and you start with the actual research question, and based on this are the stuff that we want to learn more about, these are the type of systems, and then if there's an outreach from the facilities to these consortia to discuss what can the infrastructure do for us. I think that's a shortcut to reaching, because in these consortia you have academia, life science academia, which isn't used to using MAX IV often. You have small companies, and you have large companies often working together in the value chain. So that's also sort of a shortcut to getting these contacts started, and then they can become showcase examples of what can be done. But of course, there's other initiatives you can do as well, like industrial postdocs and PhDs, etc., together with and I think Vinnova has done some really great calls for proposals also to sort of pave the way.
But you have already set together an investigative group or panel, whatever you call it, in AstraZeneca, to look at what type of specific questions could be solved by using ESS, for instance. So yes. you are living, be the change you want to see.
Yes.
You do what
Yes. So we have cross-functional group from our different R&D functions coming with different types of R&D questions.
Yeah.
And they talk together, we have meetings regularly, and we discuss what are we doing with ESS now, what are we doing in neutrons, have you seen these new calls for proposals? And that group is actually linking the X-rays with the neutrons. So it's both communities internally at AstraZeneca. And it's a group of not more than 10 people. So it's not a huge group, but they are representing also the different functions so they can sort of feed back to their colleagues.
So you would like some from this program, the Sweetness program, would be ideal to come into this group?
Yeah, of course. Yes.
That's a good career advice if you have some loose horses. Yeah. Okay, cool. Thank you very much, Anna, for sharing this. Okay, we've had some questions asked, and we'll soon go to them, but we have a great panel here, of course. Olle, you blew into the room, and you have come from the board meeting of WISE. What is WISE?
WISE is this thing on, or is this okay?
Yeah.
So WISE is, I think all of you know what WISE is. It is. You don't, or
no? This is a day where we assume nothing.
Okay. So it's a project focused on material science. It's funded by the Knut and Alice Wallenberg Foundation. It is a project focused on material science that enables sustainable technologies, CO2, reduced CO2 emission, and things like this. I am here as a stand-in for Sara Massur, who is chairing our board. Magnus Berggren is the head of WISE. We have an excellent advisory committee that is headed by Lars Hultman, and we have just started out. The WISE project involves a budget of 3 billion Swedish crowns and runs over 10 years. It's extremely exciting, of course.
So what are the type of questions you discuss at your board meetings? What are the big problems?
Well, so today we had no problems. We can only look forward and be happy.
Wonderful board.
We went through the first set of projects that have been out for open call, and we will now fund 90 postdocs and PhD students. All of those of you that have made an application, you should check out on the WISE homepage on Wednesday. That's when the news will be out. And I have to say, the quality of the projects has been really stellar, fantastic, good quality. So material science at the absolute forefront, but also with a significant impact on changing our way of doing technologies in our society into a more sustainable society. So those are the two things that we evaluated projects on.
We have today talked about many different sources of funding, of course, VR, Vinnova, SSF, etc. But the Wallenberg Foundations are, of course, extremely important for the scientific infrastructure. How do you see they can play, how do you see them playing right now and forward playing a role when it comes to science infrastructure?
Well, it's an
There are many of us who did exams in Wallenberg laboratories. I mean, who hasn't? You know, it's...
Yeah. Well, so it's an interesting question. I actually don't think your statement is true.
Okay, say why not?
I'm getting to it. So what is allotted to the Swedish universities in terms of research, not education, but research, if the number I have is correct, it is 43 billion. All universities share on an annual basis 43 billion. And that involves what comes directly from the departmentet, and it comes from VR, it comes from SSF, it comes from the Wallenberg Foundation. Out of that, 2/3 goes directly into the university leadership themselves, 2/3. The Wallenberg Foundation stands for 5%. So up until now, it has been a little bit so that one relies on the Wallenberg Foundation or other external actors to fund the infrastructures that we need. I think we have to think again. We have to rethink this a little bit. The money is in the hands of the universities. We just have to organize ourselves and prioritize. And maybe if you ask the previous panel, we should stop doing certain things. I think maybe we should stop hiring everyone that comes by us and hire less and make sure that the ones that we have in place have ESS, have MAX IV, and have access to the most important infrastructure in Sweden, the high PC activities in SNCC and NICE.
So you are saying that there is a lot of dead meat, basically.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. But I think we have to prioritize, and then we know what the money flow is. It goes into the pockets of the universities. The university leaderships that have control over most of the money. It's not WISE. It's not the Wallenberg Foundation.
So you're saying that it's not being spent on the right things?
I think we should spend it more on equipment and less on people at this point, yes.
Yes, okay, cool. Jenny Nordberg, we have a new government now, and we have a liberal minister of education and research. Do you expect big changes to life science strategies?
Well, my job as a national coordinator for life sciences, and I should explain that. So I have a role in heading the Office for Life Sciences. It's a within government cross-ministry function. So it's a quite innovative way of working. And I think we will have to wait for the minister's view, of course, on the politics. But the work on life sciences will continue. So since I work for 3 ministers and ministries, this will go on. Interesting to hear views on focus. I think that could come from something.
Would you agree that there is dead meat in the universities?
I didn't say that.
Ish. I mean, there are ways of cutting costs, which is not going to affect research quality.
It's a matter of making priorities.
Priorities,
we need 3 lectures in maybe 2, and then you use this money to do something else.
To spend. Would you agree with that?
I think it's always important, of course, to make priorities. It's my priority to prioritize life sciences everywhere. That's why I'm here. But what does that really mean in this context? And I think that is very, very interesting. So when I talk research infrastructures, of course, it's ESS MAX IV, but it's in my world it's so much SciLife Lab. And SciLife Lab it's really an engine within the research infrastructures of life sciences in Sweden. And that's why I always push for having SciLife Lab on the agenda together with ESS and MAX IV. And why is that? Because there's so many of, like Anna Sandström alluded on, I mean, really the cost collaboration where we can get investments within life sciences from many actors long term, 10 or 20 years, we will have to use different techniques. The investments on data-driven life sciences, I think it's absolutely fantastic in SciLife Lab. We get so much international attention to this investment. It gives us a momentum, and I think that we could really benefit from that. What does that really need when it comes to data-driven work also in ESS and MAX IV? Uses.
When we talk about life sciences, there has been enormous structural change in the life science sector in Sweden. Sweden used to have some flagships. Astra was a Swedish company entirely. We had Pharmacia. Before that, Kabi, Leo. I was on the board of by a life science company for a couple of years, and I saw part of this exodus as sort of a lot of Swedish structural and knowledge capital floated out to other countries. Not that everything left, but a lot left. And I saw a lot of managers walking around with sailing brochures, sailboats they were going to buy when the company had been sold abroad so they could buy a fantastic sailing boat. To be frank, I mean, I saw a lot of this, and it was perhaps good for some individuals, but on a structural level, it was hard on Sweden's knowledge capital. So now we have these science facilities, and of course, I've been to ICIS in the UK, which is another big neutron scattering facility. And the companies I saw there was GlaxoSmithKline, I saw Pfizer there, etc. Really big companies. I saw no small companies at the instruments, just big companies. So given what has happened, this structural change in Swedish pharmaceutical life, will we be able to harness the possibilities? We've still got AstraZeneca here, but apart from that, very little in terms of size.
Very good question. I think that all the companies now are within life sciences, but basically within any industry area, they're global. So it's really what type of investments and collaborations can we attract to Sweden? And that's why I see the research infrastructures as such an important gateways, and we talked about that also now during the workshop over lunch. What does it really mean? Because I also look at, I mean, we have AstraZeneca and Novo Nordisk, they are big funders and they're very active, and we have the service providers who have many of all of these companies as their customers, I presume, in being active here. But how do we really see the interactions in moving forward, not just utilizing MAX IV as a sort of standard of practice, structural biology facility that you have to use, but really to utilize ESS and MAX IV and SciLife Lab as gateways for long-term collaboration. That's where we want to go. We want to see, so set the targets as you started the day. We have to have the top-notch facilities for the coming 40 years. So what are the targets? What type of, how do we really see that we can engage the collaborations for Pfizer, for GSK, etc., to invest more in research, not just to buy beam time.
But so I mean, AstraZeneca can put 10 people in a group to explore these possibilities. Most Swedish life science companies are living basically on a sort of quarter-to-quarter basis in terms of having gone on the stock exchange far too early, lacking in risk capital, so they need to sell quickly. And for them to do this kind of basic research is just like, you know, that's climbing, you know, Mount Everest on one leg. It's just not possible. So do we have the industrial infrastructure to harness the possibilities?
For them, the long-term competence centers are an absolutely necessity to be able to strive for new research. And I'm thinking, what we have new players also on the market. We have BioNTech and companies like that. We want them to invest more in collaborations with small companies in Sweden. We have BioArctic Neurosciences, which can actually, if they are successful on Alzheimer's, that could actually be a way moving forward. And we have to look for the new opportunities when it comes to utilizing both all the structured biology that we have from SciLife Lab and MAX IV now in ESS, and also understanding the whole biology of that. So I think the success will come from the collaboration platforms that we can provide, and we are everybody. And I think that that's also a reflection that I make from today. When you work in healthcare, you know that no one is responsible like ever. So it's always everybody in the room, no one is responsible. But everybody is responsible for their part. And I think that that is also key in this discussion and moving forward. I think that was a good starting point from Darja Isaksson this morning. In just we cannot wait for having everything that we need provided for us. We have to sort of get it going anyway. We're good at that in Sweden. We always make it work. So I think that's also my hope for the future of life sciences. But of course, it's a true worry. That if we don't get these long-term investments, then we have really, it's a complex strategy that we have to work with.
When we look at material sciences, however, we are quite well equipped in terms of the corporate infrastructure around this. We had Tom Eriksson here from Alfa Laval in the morning. We have the whole engineering sector of society. Would you say that that will be an asset in terms of exploring the aspects of material sciences?
Absolutely, and of course it's an old tradition that we have in Sweden from based on mining and forestry. So absolutely, and part of the WISE effort is connected to establishing contacts with Swedish industry, both in industrial postdocs and industrial.
How will you do that exactly?
We will have now a call in April 1 next year for 12 industrial PhDs and 12 industrial postdocs, where the idea is that a company and an actor within an academic environment goes together and makes a common application. And then this person is employed at the company, but is funded by the WISE project.
And your objective with that is?
To tighten the interaction between industry and academia.
Yeah, and what type of projects do you see coming out of that, if you just envision? Could you give some practical examples?
We'll have to see. Let me answer your question in a slightly different way. So we also have another effort that we called the WISE Research Arenas. That's something that was also inspired by a previous effort by the Knut and Alice Wallenberg Foundation, the WASP Artificial Intelligence Project. And there, the idea is that industry and academic actors will get together and solve problems, maybe not by industrial postdoc or PhD, but in any other form. And I think we have... There's a lot to be gained for us, and I'm sure it's also so in life science, by us simply sitting in the same room and telling each other what we're interested in and what it is that we're doing and what we can do. I was in Chalmers yesterday, and the research head for Volvo was there, and he said, for us, recycling is very important, but the problem from a material science point of view is to recycle steel. A lot of the cars are made of steel, so actually all cars are made of steel, and to recycle this time after time after time, it puts some demands on the alloys that are in there, and you recycle sufficient many times and it doesn't work anymore. It's a very fine science, steel science. And so I sat like this actually in a panel. My immediate reaction was, I don't have the answer to this, but I am absolutely sure that someone in Sweden in a university has this answer. Absolutely sure. The only thing we have to do is meet. And I think that is a very important thing for us. And so with the VIRAS and the industrial reach out, I think that's one of the things that we will attempt to, and I think great things will come out of that. We were also asked from the foundation, please find out what is the innovation potential in material science in Sweden. And we scratched our head a little bit. Magnus Berggren came up with a brilliant idea. He said, why don't we simply go back 5 years in time and ask ourselves how many companies have spun out of the university environments that have a focus on material science. And so this was a question we then asked all the universities. Can we have a guess from the audience what you think it was?
How many companies?
How many companies? Material science, last 5 years, spun out from Swedish universities. And then we asked Lund, Chalmers, KTH, Stockholm University, Uppsala, Linköping, and Luleå. Those were the ones we asked.
Yeah.
Yes, very good.
That is a lot. Well
That's
done.
a lot.
Well
That's
done. Guessing. I would never.
I would also not. I was deeply impressed. It's actually quite a bet. It's not bad at all.
So what is that a sign of in your mind?
That there are a lot of imagination and entrepreneurship out there.
And do you see also these? Because there is a lot of spinning out of life science companies, also a small research project going into a corporate phase, but they have a hard time surviving. Do you see these 100 material science companies having an ecosystem where they can go from science into product into market?
Well, it's too early to say how they're faring, but they have started in the last 5 years, and so maybe we should follow this up a little bit and see in 2 years' time, in 3 years' time, in 5 years' time, how are they all faring? What is the status done?
Interesting.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Guys, we have some questions having come in from audience, and we have Cosi fan tutti, who is Capo di tutti, eller tutti di capo, or whatever it is. We have some. Could you read the questions to us, and then we'll see who can answer. Maybe it's you guys, maybe it's someone else. Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so we have saved 2 questions for the minister later, but we have one here. Can ESS and MAX IV handle the bread and butter research that industry needs? Are they optimized for this?
I think we need to put this to Helmut and Charlie, actually.
I will continue with the questions because
No, they must answer first. It's better. Sorry, Tutti. I take the... Oh, you need to go down to... Okay, for direct. Bread and butter research of companies. Can you handle it?
I think the first answer is I don't know if we should. Yes. I don't think we should necessarily be a bread and butter facility for industrial needs. I think we should be more cutting edge, solving the questions that are not necessarily bread and butter for the industry. I think that is my first take on it.
You want to be a really elegant croissant.
The answer is yes. That's just yes.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Elegant croissant it is. Thank you.
Thank you. And Helmut, you are a Sachertorte.
Well, I live for most of my time in France, so croissants are bread and butter. Yeah. It depends. I have difficulty defining what bread and butter is if you're talking about high throughput. I come back to what I said. I think like a company. If I have a beam hole that is not used and have Infineon coming to the ESS and saying, I would like that you check my chips that I send up to satellites, right? And I pay you for that. I will do it.
You will do
bread and butter. I will have no Etadam. Because I think it shows that it's societally relevant and it's not in competition with anything else. Yeah. If I then, I think what we always said is I would not want that poor industrial research is replacing excellent academic research. I think what we want is excellence in both areas. And I think it has been said this morning, there's this, I don't believe in this placing academia and industry against each other because, as it was also said, any of our scientists would be more than happy that they get in the newspaper and the newspaper writes these people with their research have contributed to solving some of our challenges and making Europe more competitive. So that is what I want. And then we're also an ecosystem, and within the community we think about how distributing the load among the facilities. And I think in the synchrotrons it's exactly the same. And if we have beam lines that can do high throughput, this is not bread and butter, but let's say characterization. I'll give you another example. The rockets we send into space, we have to separate the stages, right? A lot of money lost if that doesn't work, and you have to verify that the powder in the capsules that make the explosion to separate the stages are properly filled. That's bread and butter. That's done at PSI. That's great for Europe, right? Because that makes our competitivity go up. So we want impact. That's the answer. Impact.
But you can only imagine doing that on a sort of beam time you have left over. New Year's Eve, you can do that experiment.
No.
You see what I mean? No, anytime. Okay.
No, because as I said, we will always have a beam that is not suitable for maybe the high-end production. If I can finance that, I can finance the people. Yeah. If it's fully covered by the income, I will go for it. Yeah, okay. Naturally, there's a limit to that, right? Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, but it's in the end, yeah.
Okay, cool. So that's like two different attitudes. Panel? No, I think he said the same. Did he say the same? Oh, he is an elegant croissant. Okay, yeah. So, and then you had comments about this.
In life sciences, it's a matter of, I think it's a matter of timeline, actually. What is cutting edge today is hopefully bread and butter 10 years from now. So if we could foresee a future where we will actually, so in life sciences, when the difference between material science, I did my PhD in material science, so I know that it's super interesting just to study the interactions within an atom and at the crystallography sites. But in life science, the difference between material science, in my view, then and life science is that in life sciences you always have the problems from the start. You want to find a solution to an actual factual problem. So you always, at the end, if you are extremely successful, you want to do clinical trials. Company-sponsored clinical trials. That's actually the ultimate goal, because then it becomes new treatments. And if we could foresee a future where we actually do clinical trials that not only include clinical trials in clinical sites, but also utilizes ESS and MAX IV neutrons to actually understand the uptake of lipids or proteins, etc., in research, in cardiovascular research, then we have sort of foreseen the future. So I think if we say no to sort of, no, we don't want to go get to the bread and butter, I think that we shouldn't work with commodity, but we should really try and see for what is excellence today that can be commodity for the future. And I think that is extremely challenging. I think that is something that Sweden can offer, because that's not only high-end research, that's also high-end collaboration.
So
long
a croissant today that can be bread and butter tomorrow.
Yeah, I always eat croissants. I skip the bread and butter.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Ole?
I think we should stop making anything that is not an elegant croissant, Max Lab or ESS. I think we should try and do the elegant, tasty, specific, unique things in the universities. I think we should, and I think we should try and do the difficult things also. The easy things someone else can do. We should stretch ourselves and make a real effort to break new grounds.
Cool. We have one more question, then you need to go and get the minister. Yes.
So the next question is, will there be special access for climate efforts, such as there were for COVID? The time frame is the same.
Yeah. Who is it? Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. You didn't hear Pia's comment, and you don't want to hear it.
Yeah. We do want to hear it, trust us.
This is, we're discussing special access modes in general, and I think together with WISE, which is not necessarily climate per se, but sustainability in a wider context, we are also now discussing how we can interact with WISE, both in terms of actual infrastructure, but also in terms of access mode. So while climate has not been discussed as a special access model, this is certainly something that in general we are discussing within MAX on how we can target specific areas, generally.
No, you go first.
Well, for me, this is a question that is relevant in 27, but I can tell you what that is a discussion that is going on in the neutron community a lot, right? Not for climate efforts, but about in general, when you evaluate the value of a proposal, how do you take its societal relevance into consideration? And there is not an easy answer to that. Everybody agrees that it has to be done. And I think we come back and I raised that this morning, at the origin is the universities already. Because the universities should do that kind of research at the moment with the highest priority. And if that is the focus and the priority at the university, then this will immediately transpose to the facilities, because they will then write these proposals. So I handed a little bit down to the universities this question. Yeah. We have to do the relevant research, and then we at the facilities have to make sure, as it has to be said, that it's only shining, very complicated and very impactful results that come out.
Yeah. Thoughts about this? I mean, there are many acute things. We had my favorite hockey player, Börje Salming, died yesterday of a terrible disease, ALS, killing. I mean, there are many acute problems in the world, climate being one of them. Should we saw with COVID, we put one thing ahead of everything else, and that was in many ways good, but also other things suffered, like mental health. And I mean, there are many problems. So how should we balance all this?
Well, one of the learnings that we had from COVID is that when we really make an effort, we can be so extremely speedy to a absolutely global acute problem like climate changes. So I think that there can never be a sort of contradiction between what we need to look for the exploratory and actually have to work with the most acute problem of a generation. And what I think that one of the absolute highlights, I think, during the past years have been the how it has the way that we have seen how research has never been so more important, and the work from SciLife Lab in this case, in the diagnostics, understanding the virus, really absolutely be an infrastructure for healthcare and coping with the problem, that made it so essential also for decision makers on all levels to see that we need infrastructure to cope with future challenges. And I think we talked also in the discussion on we need great stories, and I thought that was such a good word in utilizing for this infrastructure, not success stories, but great stories where we can really make a change. And I think that that would be a very good object for the coming EU presidency, to showcase how we can really utilize our problems, both for the excellent for futures, but also to really solving today's societies. And if you haven't been to SciLife Lab and actually looked at the virus in the microscope, do that, because it's an absolute highlight, and you get sort of the chemical gut feeling when you come from the chemistry side, really on this is important and this is how it's done. I thought it's fascinating, and I think that anything that can be done in this sense is extremely important.
So regarding the climate, so the WISE project...
Should we prioritize it before other things? I guess that was the question. You said we shouldn't one before the other. It's so acute, and we should do other things at the same time. If I understood.
If we prioritize something over decades, which we need to do in that case, if we're going to, and then we will miss out on the other problems. That's we cannot prioritize it and set everything else aside. But having said that, if we don't tackle the biggest problem that we have, why bother?
Sure. Yeah. Ole?
Well, I think finding the virus for COVID was an outstanding achievement. No, don't get me wrong, but I think that is an easier thing than to change the environmental strain we have, because that is such a multifaceted thing. It starts with all of us as we are consumers. What are the things we buy? Do we only buy green products? Do we know that the clothes that we're buying have been recycled and so on? So it's not even a natural science questions, but also a questions for researchers in humanity and social science. But also, of course, it is a big question for material science. And the WISE project stands on 4 legs, out of which one has the name climate. And so it is a thematic area that we've identified, and we aim to basically launch research projects that are enable technologies to clean up air, soil, water.
So it's very
so catalysis, carbon dioxide capture and storage, other greenhouse gases, and things like this.
Because it could be a very wide concept. We could have batteries in there. We could have energy
batteries
systems.
Are in there for sure.
Oh, they are in there
Absolutely.
already. Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe to add on this, because I was mentioning the universities. Battery 2030, that's mentioned, by the way, in this document, is very interesting because when we, for example, go for a new electrolyte, in a battery, the question is somebody in Europe, if I think about European competitiveness, also interested in industrializing this, right? Because otherwise, again, we do great academic research, but there is not the full value chain from the, let's say, academic work, the work at the facility, and then really transforming this into something that consumers buy and that changes the climate is realized. And that's why these initiatives that bring everybody to the table, and I think you said it, if they're sitting around the table, that's already the first thing, is so important. And Sweden is playing a very big role in this European initiative. And as we know, we have in Sweden also companies that go for battery production. So that's where naturally then the facility comes in this collaboration of university, facility, and industry to have the full value chain realized.
Excellent, excellent. We have a comment from the floor.
So do you think we should prioritize more in Sweden? And if so, Jenny, you said we should prioritize. So who is we? And I can give you 4 or 5 options. Government, funders, research performers, researchers themselves, or industry, or everybody together? Who should do the prioritization?
I will leave the question to
oh, that's such a hard one. I was hoping you would pick
But I will
it's
use
a good
the,
question, Sven.
yes, the Japanese phrasing, which is minasan, and it's everybody. And but it doesn't mean. I think that prioritization is it's a difficult word because it's also one of the questions here. What should the government stop doing? Instead of saying that, another word that I like to say is focus, because focus doesn't mean that you need to sort of. It's prioritization, but it's more of a positive attitude. It's a little. I'm a softish person, but then again, you should never. You should always be clear on that. Resources are always limited. Whatever you do, you deprioritize something else, and I think that is for the research community and very, very important issue always to raise. And actually what you put on stage for for this type of meetings, and who you put on stage for this type of meetings, and what is actually talked about in the room, that's a focus, hence a priority.
Sorry. But what do you say about, for instance, Uppsala University? Do you have a responsibility, you think, to make prioritizations and create profiles? We speak about profiles.
I think we do, but I think also the companies in Sweden, they are no dummies, and so they want to sell their things, and so they understand consumer pressure. So if we as consumers only want to buy electrical cars, not Hummers with a diesel engine, of course they won't sell diesel engine Hummers. And so the consumer pressure, I think, is important. The companies, I think, gradually are turning into technologies that are more and more sustainable, and what happens then? Well, then they want to have young, trained persons that have that also in focus, and that's, I think, where the universities tie in. So I mean, we have to think about what is the role of the universities. We should do frontline research, and we should also educate young people. That's our job, and then inform the general public. But those are the two things we're supposed to do, and so we should provide, I think, the companies people that allow them to take the change to a greener technology, so that we all can buy greener products.
We have talked earlier today about strategic ecosystems, which can be both in terms of teknikparker, technology parks, but also in terms of knowledge infrastructure and so forth, to make the facilities a success for life science and material sciences. What would you like to see around them, both in the physical sphere and in the intellectual organizational sphere? What is needed around it?
I think that this is one for the community, right? But what I would really like to see is an excellent data infrastructure and data sciences that really can pool resources. So now that we have such good people all around, it's not the. I wouldn't like to see the Teknikparksfunktion as a physical place in between ESS and MAX IV, as you understand. Sort of, I always see a third facility here, but I think that the way that we utilize the data science here, if we could have that as an intermediary Teknikparksfunktion, that's something that I would.
Do you agree with Jenny? Is this important, the data function? Yes. Absolutely. We have, Olle, what do you say? What is important?
Well, I think, of course, the facilities in the south of Sweden now around MAX IV and ESS, and the fact that they are geographically close, I think it's actually very powerful.
Why?
Well, because as Martin says, most of the neutron people also use X-rays, and to have people in the same place focusing on similar things, and in the end, the photon scientists, at least in material science, and the neutron scientists, they focus basically on the same materials, it's the same compounds that are on the table, and to exchange ideas and thoughts and things around it, I think it's very powerful. We have, of course, also other infrastructures, MUFAB in Sweden, and my favorite, as you have figured out, high performance computing facility, and the HPC activities is more spread out. Of course, it's something that reach people in a computer terminal. You sit and do your work. But for us all to meet more often, I think is important. All the users of big facilities to have regular meetings and things like this is important. And we have tried to have. Within physics and within material science to organize ourselves to have regular meetings. It's never really been very successful, and I think the organization around it could be better. And it's our own fault. It's the destiny is in our own hands.
We talked about this before you came,
yes.
the need
for
organizations, both with the neutrons and electrons, physicists and chemists and others going together, sharing, fighting.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
I think it's important.
Yeah. Yes. We had, was it you, Charlie? You made a prediction this morning as a proper property developer that we have the ground now between MAX IV and ESS. Oatly, the company selling oat milk, lactose-free product, is establishing a research association there. But so far, no others are yet coming. And it was you who predicted it'll be crowded. People will come. They will fight for the space there. So that's the actual physical space. Do you think that will happen?
I trust that we have a very good management in making that happen. So.
But MAX IV can't make that happen. Maybe Pia.
Maybe Pia.
Pia can come with a suggestion for it. But do you think it'll happen?
I think that I agree with you on that. I think that clusters are really important, and people meet in a physical place, and that's where you work. And the whole of Copenhagen, Lund, Malmö area has very many actors within a very close vicinity, especially within life sciences, actually. So I think that is, great to have such a meeting place, but it shouldn't, of course, exclude other parties.
What do you think that will happen?
I didn't even understand your question.
Okay.
I live next to a milk farmer, and I drink their milk, and I'm happy with that.
Yeah, okay. No. This was not advocacy for Oatly, okay? So what I was talking about was a panel this morning when we talked about big science.
Say that again?
We had a panel this morning when we were talking about big science.
Yes.
And Charlie, we were talking about the infrastructure around the facilities. Yes. What is needed of that to create leverage for the facilities? What type of industries, hotels, meeting points?
Yeah, I would say meeting points would be my number one.
But who will build them and why? And we talked about the ones that have established there already were Oatly, which, if you're a solid milk drinker, you might have missed that it's one.
My daughters drank it.
Yeah. But, so it's a huge export product from Sweden, and they are very dependent on nanotechnology. Okay. And they have placed a research facility there as the Solemento only one so far. Okay. Do you think more will come?
Yes, I think more will come. Yeah.
Okay, then you understood the question.
Yes. Yeah. Eventually,
yes. I would like. It's interesting to hear. Tommy, what do you see in terms of the ecosystem?
Yes, I would like to see.
Can we have you in the microphone? And we love that.
I'm now propagating for Northern Lights on food. And if you want to do complex food research, you need a lab next to it. I've spent half my life smuggling samples in the suitcase, so I know what I'm talking about.
So and how can you
deteriorate and so on? So if you're working with sensitive material like food, it doesn't travel very well. I want to make my sausage at a lab next to MAX IV and ESS.
Okay.
And I think we have already with Pia, we have set it on 2 floors on top of Oatly.
On top of Oatly. Okay. So food science.
I think also as a meeting point, I think being serious.
Excellent. And I think, did we have another question or any final comments before the minister has arrived? Any final comments? Anything we should take with us?
Not additional in addition to what we've said already.
What you've said already. Yes. Olle, if you were Helmut or Charlie...
God forbid.
Yeah. You were king.
We used to be colleagues at the physics department.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you feel sorry for the guy.
I didn't say that. I said God forbid.
Okay. So what would you think about if you were doing their job?
I don't know, but I'll tell you this. I had reports from a secret source that whispered in my ear that down in Lund and Max Lab, they are now extremely happy with their new director. So that was actually very happy.
Well done.
I was very proud and happy to hear that. So I think that's what I have to say.
Excellent. So Olle and Jenny, thank you very much. Yep. Thank you. The floor. We give them a warm applause. And then it's time for our next speaker who just arrived. A new government has just formed, and we are pleased to introduce new Education Minister Mats Persson. You're most welcome, and you will reflect a little bit on Sweden science policy going forward. And we are, of course, curious, what will this mean for ESS and MAX IV and the Swedish science community? Welcome.
Thank you. And thank you for, can you hear me? Yeah. And thank you for, Maria, thank you for the opportunity to come here and to meet all of you and to take part of this, this conference. It's a great pleasure. As some of you may know, I live in Lund. So for me, this is not a theoretical thing. It's actually, it's there, it exists. It's big, it's enormous. I'm so excited to be here, and I'm so excited about your initiative to have this this day or this afternoon. And ESS and MAX IV are impressive facilities for excellent research. Really excellent research, or potentially excellent research. And they are impressive facilities, not only from a Swedish perspective, they are impressive from a European perspective. When yesterday I had a meeting with the Minister of Research for UK, and he mentioned ESS and MAX IV. So it's not only something which is big for me as living in Lund, or for us, for many of us who live in Sweden, it's huge and big for Europe. Sweden and Europe, we are in a new geopolitical situation. It's a terrible situation around the world. We have the situation in the war in Ukraine. We have the situation in Iran. We have the situation in China and Taiwan complex. We have a new geopolitical situation, and this will have a large impact also on the economic issues. We are already, or next year, Sweden will have a recession. We have had or have the situation in UK economically, and we have a situation in European Union. Some of the countries, Italy, Spain, Italy in particular, has been heavily affected by the corona crisis, and now we have this crisis. So Europe, from an economic perspective, which is related to geopolitical situation, is a really, really difficult time. We have a really, really hard pressure regarding inflation, which puts pressure on households, on firms, and in the long run also on society as a whole, and on the budgets for a lot of European countries, and also for Europe as a whole. And the inflation, the geopolitical situation, and the inflation, and the pretty awful situation around the world also puts these issues in a new perspective, I would say. One issue is that it will be more difficult to get access. There will be less money. There will be less money in many European countries. And when we, for a couple of weeks ago, we presented the budget bill for Sweden for next year, and it's affected and influenced by the fact that it's a new geopolitical situation and a new economic situation. So it's, for us, it's important to have a balanced and responsible fiscal policy. I have to admit, we are really, really, in a bad way, we have looked at UK, and we have seen what happened when the government there tried to have a different policy. So we adapted our policy given the information we had from the UK situation. So this is a very balanced budget. It's a responsible budget. But still, given that, there is still a lot of investments in education. There is still a lot of investments in security and safetyness. And an important issue for the government is to promote investments in research and development. And there is in fact, or will be in fact, specific tax reductions on research and development in firms in Sweden, which will come next year. Which is one part. And of course, it's the investments in the education area, which will be in the whole system for preschool. But for me and for you, the most important thing will be investments in the education and in research. And in the education area, there will be a big investment made in a couple of years in terms of student finance and the scheme for transition and retraining. Omställningsstöd, I think is a Swedish word, where the Swedish labor market parties have had an agreement, and now it's time for us to pay for it, basically. And it's important. It's important because I know that a lot of the firms in Sweden have really difficulties finding the right skills and the right type of employment. And having the possibility to, in middle life, to make a new pathway in life is very important in order to find the right competence and make recruitments easier in the longer run. So this is an important scheme. It's an important agenda in order to make it more easy and more possible for firms to find the right competence. Even though we have this really tough economic situation, the Swedish government we chose to make this big investment in European spallation source. It was actually one of the first issues that were put on my table. I knew about the issue before because I live in Lund, and the rumor had got to me, and I also had some informal contacts before the government was in place. But it was basically actually one of the first issues put on my table, and we decided, as you know, to invest 1.5 billion Swedish crowns during the coming 3 years. So, and this is 1.5 billion, given the economic situation in Europe and in Sweden, is a really important signal to other countries that even though we have this economic situation, this is a really important investment for Sweden. And our expectation now is, of course, that other countries will do the same. But we felt since ESS is in Lund, it's in Sweden, it's really important that Sweden and the Swedish government take this initiative and make a really big signal to other countries. 1st of January 2023, it's a couple of weeks in front of us. Sweden will be have the presidency of the European Union for the next year. It's a great task. It's a great possibility. It's difficult, but it's also fun. And there will be a lot of issues on the agenda. And I will not talk about all of these, but I will take some important remarks and some important questions. One of them will be the whole initiatives regarding the European Green Deal, which indirectly is affected to ESS and MAX IV. And I think the issue of climate change is very important, and European Union is today the most important actor dealing with this issue. European Union is the continent, is the political body in the world which takes the most, I would say, are in the frontier in terms of political decision making, dealing with this issue. And that is important because it puts pressure on Asian countries, it puts pressure on US, and it makes a really important signal to other countries. Take the car industry, for example. It's the decisions from the European Union that now puts pressure on the big car companies around Europe to make the investments they are making in terms of electric cars. Of course, it was Elon Musk and all the technology that makes it happen, but the speed in the transition that we see, or the plans on the speed, is related to really, really tough political decisions on the European level. And it's, to be honest, it's not, Sweden could take the decision, but Sweden is 9 million, 10 million people. It doesn't affect what Volkswagen or BMW, what they are doing. But when the European Union are taking a decision, it affects the big, big companies around the world. So the European Green Deal will be really, really important. When it comes to research area, the whole agenda of open science and research infrastructure will be very, very important. And in fact, as you know, I think, we will have a presidency conference in Sweden in June next year around research infrastructure. It will be held in Lund. And that will be really, really important in order to for some countries to show the facilities, to other countries to really emphasize the importance of making the investments, basically, or honestly, and in order for us to have the ESS finished so that we can use it 2027 or something like that. Finally, investments in ESS and MAX IV is really, really important for the Swedish government. It has potentially huge effects, not only for the research committee or community. Myself, I had my PhD in Lund in economic history. It's not only important for researchers, it's important for the whole society, and not at least it's important for Swedish firms. It's important for Swedish competitiveness. It's important for Swedish big companies, or potentially it is. And our task, our aim now is to make it possible for firms, researchers, and different actors in the society to really make this that this spillover, potential spillover effects, that we can make them happen for real. And I think it's important to being prepared, and I know that's why it's so important that you have all come together today to discuss these issues. It's important that different sectors of the Swedish society or and the international society are prepared and know their different agendas, and also know about different actors' agendas, and also know about the different possibilities that exist. Because there is a really, really tough global competition, and this is not a Swedish investment, this is an European investment. And it's only when all actors work together that we can fulfill the whole potential of this huge investments and these important facilities. Finally, the Swedish government think this is really, really important. And I think a big signal of this importance is the fact that we 7 days or 8 days after we were elected and in office, we took this decision about 1.5 billion Swedish crowns, in order to, because it's really important that ESS, the speed of the investment, but also the signal to other countries is really, really important. And this is not only important for Sweden, it's important for the whole of Europe and the whole of the world. Thank you.
So, having an exam from Lund University, of course it is great to have a new Minister of Science and Education who is a scientist from Lund.
Yeah.
Yes, wonderful, wonderful.
I was supposed to be a scientist, and then I ended up in politics.
Have you gone up or down in life?
Down, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
So I was curious, in the State of the Union speech or regeringsdeklarationen, there was very little about science. So how do you plan to address that?
To be honest, I think that it's in the State of the Union in Sweden, it's always little about research.
That's a tragedy, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah, because it's our future. So if you had written it,
it would be totally different. Don't tell Ulf, please.
No.
Our secret here.
Yeah. But I mean, if you could do some addendums to it, what would that have said?
That I think that I mean the reason why it wasn't there is that this is an area which is difficult for journalists to make political conflicts about. So it's not that the tabloids are not writing about it. I guess that's one of the reasons. And that's because this is too important, because this is more important than a lot of the stuff in the tabloids, I think. But it's more difficult, so it's, it's the way it is. Yeah. I think that money is important, but to make the right, to have a strategic thinking about these issues is also important. And I think it's time for Sweden to really focus. I think it's time to decide what is our comparative advantage, I think an economist would said, also in the research society, but also in the economic field. I mean, this is a country we are rich because we sell things to different countries. We export things. We're a small open economy. We're heavily dependent on free trade. We're heavily dependent on technology, because it's to be honest, it's the technology or the products and services from technology that is what making our wealth. So I think to really focus, I think that's the most important thing.
We had, I will open the floor to questions, but we had a very interesting discussion this morning with Robert, who is sitting there, the bearded man. He's Danish, but works in Germany. He is director of EXFEL, which is a big facility that you help fund in your new role, if you haven't discovered yet. He has Russia as an owner of his facility, sitting on his board. And we were discussing in this complex world, which you talked about, China, Iran, Russia, etc., if we need to see in the scientific community a stronger collaboration, a sort of alliance of democracies, of countries of the free world, not only the European Union, but on the level above that, South Korea, Taiwan, Singapore, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, US, etc., with the European Union, doing more together to protect our own freedom, our own wealth. We're seeing China, for instance, sitting on important minerals that are needed for semiconductors, and we see what Russia is doing with energy, etc. Would you run with that idea a bit? Would that be a workable thing?
Yeah, definitely. I think that this is one of the main questions at European level at the moment. The whole discussion of it has different words, but the whole discussion about strategic investments or autonomous investments, or they're different words, but it's the same thing. And I think the semiconductors is the best example. It's discussed at the moment at European level, and I think there will be more sectors that will be affected of this discussion. And I also think that, but this question also relates to a more general question, which is on the one hand, we want to have research collaboration, we want to have free movement among researchers. On the one hand, on the other hand, we need to be aware that there might be researchers that also it's related to security issues and the relations with China, Iran, and Russia is the most at the moment the most dominant, and I think we need a discussion about this. And I think that there are other countries that we have a lot to learn about from other countries. Yeah. I think, for example, UK. Sweden have a lot to learn from the UK. China and there is an initiative at the G7 level at the moment as well.
Yeah. China has invested a lot in the British university systems. Yeah. Of course, wanting a few things back, like no criticism of China, for instance. So. Comes with. Okay, we will open the floor. Questions for the minister. We have our Icelandic friend, please.
So I'm the Swedish Icelander from Uppsala. I'm a professor in physics. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So there's been a lot of discussions on science today, and scientists might contribute to, for example, saving the planet, making it more green, etc., etc. But the most important category of people that will make a change there are the politicians. So my question to you is, how can we scientists help you to make the world better?
The very good question.
Yeah. The unusual and good question. Thank you.
But I think one thing is to I think one important aspect that we don't discuss that much is to find solutions on climate change or restrictions in individual behaviors that are political possible. In many countries, Sweden, this election, Denmark, UK, US, a lot of people doesn't feel that climate change is better for them in their life. It could be the coal industry in US, or it could be, in the Swedish example, very high prices on energy, on using a gas car, for example, which is related to political decisions, which in theory are very good because it has effect on climate change, but it has really bad negative effects on other issues in the society, and that means that it will have a really big political pressure on the politicians. And also, I think it's important to have solutions that are popular or not unpopular among people.
You have to do
because
popular science.
Exactly.
No, but
because
feasible,
if we have
practical.
I know from Canada, for example, they had this big green tax change. They wanted to have heavily higher taxes on bad things on fossil fuels, and lower taxes on labor income. Good idea. But how do you do that in reality in order for people to feel that these changes are something good for me? Otherwise, there will be a political response. So I think that's a really important issue, because otherwise we will have a situation where the political elite take actions for climate change that are not related to what is possible in the public opinion. I think it's really
good, very good point. Yeah. Any other question here? We've had a very productive. They have been very active.
I can see that.
It's late in the day. Yes, they have been very. Anyone? Yes. Förlåt, Mattias. Sorry, you had a question.
Thank you very much. So my name is Mattias Marklund. I'm from the Research Council, and we had a discussion previously today about securing competence for these facilities. So we invest a lot of money into sort of the building of these facilities, but in the end, they should be run by people. And for instance, we have Martin here, who is representing Swednes, that's a research school for PhD students geared towards neutron science. And overall in academia, we can see that there's a current issue with securing sort of the PhDs that we have in the system, because once they're finished, they don't have any possibility to stay in the country, and in that sense, we lose competence in a very rapid way. And this is a real problem, especially when we try to build a field such as neutron science within Sweden to enlarge that field. So what's your view on this, and can we see a change in the migration policy regarding this issue?
Yes, there will be a change. There will be, because in there is this TIDE agreement, which is the basic for this government. There is a specific point, there is a specific action plan regarding this issue, because the problem today, there are several problems. It takes a long time to have an application to the board, migration board in Sweden. That's one aspect. But most importantly, the changes that took place a couple of years ago, or I think that maybe it was last year, regarding labor migrants and the rules regarding that, which has had really negative effects, implying that PhD students becoming PhDs in Sweden, if they don't get a postdoc which is longer than a given year, they will have to leave the country, and we will. That's really problematic, and we're very aware with the question, and we will do everything we can to fix that.
Excellent. When is it going to be fixed?
I love the question.
I think you want to know. So
yeah, the problem is that Sweden, we have something called a rule of law.
Oh,
everything
that little thing, yes.
Everything takes a very long time. So as soon as possible.
As soon as possible. Excellent. Helmut, last question, I think. Yeah. Yeah. This is a man who just got a great news from you.
Yeah,
I think he's very happy.
I have just got 1.5 billion Swedish krona, and it's great news for us, naturally, for the neutron community. It's great news for the ESS, and it's for all the partners. I had already extremely positive feedback, and I would like to thank you and everybody who's worked in the background to make this happen. And at the same time, there is a promise that we engage to deliver, right? And so you will have your neutrons end of 27. That's what we all work every day hard for as a community all over Europe. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you, Mats, for coming, and thank you, and good luck with your important work from this group. I think we all send good wishes with you in your new job. And that is not entirely the end, but almost. I'm going to say thank you from me. I have learned a lot today. It's been fantastic, and I would like to quote Enrico Fermi, the architecture of atomic science, let's put it that way, who said, "I'm still confused, but on a higher level." I think that is a very good state to be. Thank you very, very much. And I would like to leave the table to Michaela. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, the mic is on. Good to see so many people have stayed so late. And I know that I'm the only thing standing between you and the weekend, so I will not speak for too long. But I wish to emphasize what the Minister of Education, Mats Persson, just said, that it is extremely important that Sweden is prepared to take advantage of the opportunities that ESS and MAX IV brings, both now and in the years to come. And ultimately, that taking advantage of opportunities is why we are all here today, right? And this summit, where we meet once a year, it is an important forum for jointly testing and challenging and exploring just how to take advantage of the opportunities and how to join forces. So I think today that we've heard of areas where Sweden has made great progress. We've heard of many good examples of what is going on around Sweden, but we've also identified missing links, and we have also scrutinized where we need to sharpen our agenda so we don't fall behind. And I think an important purpose of our discussions today and moving forward is that we form this strategic alliance that Darja was calling out for. And perhaps also that, to cite what Tom Eriksson said, we are very good at collecting everything in one bag of problems. Perhaps it is an important job for our strategic alliance to get better at singling out the top priorities, both in the short run and in the long run, but at the same time, and make priorities. But at the same time, as Sven was pointing out, it is not a very easy task. Who makes the priorities? But one thing is clear, that we all have to take responsibility and make sure that we use our mandates and make the most of our mandates to move things forward. But we also need to present our arguments to the government that what we see needs to be done to secure that the whole chain of what we see needs to be done. I mean, we want to make sure that we tap into that. What we heard today was the unlimited sources of money that apparently exists for the national funds for R&D. Well, it is Friday night, and the weekend is just around the corner. But before we go home, I would like to spend the last few minutes to pay gratitude to some of the people that have made this great day so great, because it has been great. So I wish to start with thanking Utsikt and Stefan and the whole team. You are handling all the technique. We haven't noticed a single thing, a blur, all through the day. It has been super professionally executed, as always. So I'm looking at the camera, I'm looking at you. I know you're sitting there behind. And we also have two people that have done a fantastic job on stage and also behind the scenes. So Tutti and Maria, please. Let's see. We start with you, Maria. You have been a great moderator today. You have been challenging us, I think more perhaps than some of us could take. You've been pushing us. No, you've done a great job, a fantastic job, and we want to thank you. Thank you. And Tutti, you are the puppet master behind the scene, pulling the strings all day long, and we really wish to thank you for all the great job. And yes, it was the right one. Thank you so much. Yeah, last thing is to thank all of the speakers and to thank all of you for contributing and being so enthusiastic and active, and really this has been a conversation. I feel it's been a conversation and a discussion with everyone. And thank you, Robert, for joining us here today as well. So thank you very much, and we are looking forward for next year. But now we're closing Summit for this year, and thank you very much for.